Right back on that ass with another episode. When we talk about NFTs, there's only one podcast to tune into. This one right here. About to spit these rhymes like a masterclass. Connect your MetaMask. Half this PFP's a trash. DNS, do not smash. Crypto Poppy found a niche. Now he's getting cash. Rules ain't there yet. Please don't be rash. NFT got stepped on the scene. He made a splash like corporate cash. I just quit my job at DoorDash. Nice guys finished last. Stepped out of the ashes straight into the squanch land. Fungibly a new man. Alphabet, he's flyer than a fucking toucan. Ways to go from kangaroo land. Schiller, he a moon man. About to get goofy, go grab doofy, get a horse. My wife couldn't get my NFTs, straight up in divorce. Fuck it, take the keys to my motherfucking porch. Trash cash, let the mad bees run the course. Squanching past the knowledge like a motherfucking torch. From the outside looking in, I just got off the porch. Go AB, go AB, go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go, 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 go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go, 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 go. Go AB, go AB, go. If you didn't, now you know. Like Suki Zape, I'm finna blow. TikTok's art is a trend to go. Plunging, no plunging, and capping, no capping. Been around the block and been running laps and been writing rhymes and been getting raps and keeping that ETH when dealing taps and snap in, snap out. I'm big on big cloud. Don't scream, don't shout. Suck the cool cat, cool with those two. What's incoming? I can't afford you. Zed had got a horse that is glue. Sneakerheads better stick to their shoes. Creatures trending, I'm not a muse. Lost souls blow up, I'ma light the fuse. BG on sports, I bet I'm gonna listen. Cody and ZK, they men on a mission. The lawyer be lawyer while Bakra be fishing. What is a floor and how many minted? Am I gonna ape and I already hinted. Don't have an ape and it ain't no mystery. But these bad boys about to make history. Fresh ass suit at the Christie's. Christie's. Go AB, go AB, go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go AB, go AB, go. Go, go, go.
All right, welcome back to another week of Limited Edition. We have a full crew today. It's a big party up in here. We have a lot of things to talk about. We have Poppy back on the show, and I'll just let everybody introduce themselves. Starting with Zeneca. I mean, hey guys, you've been on the show, but everybody knows who you are. But you can tell us a little bit again.
Sure, yeah. Zeneca. I've been in the NFT space for like 8 months now, I think. Yeah, I love NFTs. I buy and sell everything. I'm not really into like one specific project or anything, just everything NFT.
All right, next up, Nick.
Hi guys, I am the marketing manager for Guild of Guardians, and then more personally on the NFT side, I'm again like Zen, not 8 months into the sort of degen minting and flipping, but the last couple months I've started to try and dive into that side. So different angles, but loving the space.
It's that whole picture from Leonardo DiCaprio, one of us. I love that thing.
Exactly.
You're muted, corporate trash. You there?
I'm here. What's up?
Oh, not much. Glad to have you back on. And we will be talking Boss Bears, but I hear that you want to talk a lot about Solana tonight, too.
Yeah. I might just talk a little bit more about it so that people on Ethereum and other blockchains kind of know what it is. I mean, I've just kind of learned a lot about it myself launching this project. So I think it's good to educate the people.
For sure. And Poppy, you're up.
What up, guys? I am a absolute full-time degen. That's it. That's all you gotta know about me. This is all I do. This is my life. This is my living.
Okay, Tong.
What's going on? I'm not a full-time degen yet, like Poppy, but we're getting there soon, hopefully. But I've been like the rest of these guys, just buying and selling NFTs for the last few months, and just loving it as well. Join the ride.
And Cordy, is that how you say it, Cordy?
Yeah, it's Cordy. Hey guys, what's up?
Nice to see you, and hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Jeremiah actually introduced me to your show, so I came over to talk. I've been in NFT since around 2018, actually.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so I got into Axie Infinity, that stuff early on, and then I got to NBA Top Shot like last year, July, like early stages, and I'm like the top 250 investor
Oh
on top
wow,
of it right
last
now.
July. So you were one of the first. All right.
Yeah. So
I'm so,
I've been seeing everything, what's happening. I love cyberkongs, and I see that as the
yeah.
future with like how NFTs are, able to create a currency on top of it, and then you just use that as an asset. So it's really interesting what's happening.
I mean, yeah, we'll get to Ben in 1 second, but yeah. So just real quick, so if you have one Kong, you get $1,000 a month. Is that real?
Yeah. So it's basically like 10. You get 10 bananas, I think a day. So and that's like $500 a day. I believe it's crazy.
I think it's like $1,000 a day now.
Yeah.
A day?
It's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
I'm
Wow.
like,
Banana's almost
what?
100 bucks. 100
What?
bucks a banana.
Crazy.
Man, oh man. Someone told me about those things like probably 4 months ago, and I was like, I don't know what they are. I missed out on crap, man. It sucks. I should just listen to people and now I just buy whatever. If I see people buying stuff, I'm like, I should buy some too, because who knows what happens, even though I don't even like the art, but whatever, man. Whatever floats your boat. And Ben, man, so Ben made the song. Rice Boy over here was asking about it. He missed last week. Yeah, Ben made this song for us, man. And you're in it. Everybody's in it pretty much.
Yeah.
Most of the people on the show are in it. Zeneca, I think, is his name brought up? Maybe.
I think I'm in it somehow. I
Yeah,
heard it
I don't think
when you were
Zeneca.
playing it.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I was like, oh my God, cool.
All right, yeah, you're in it. He even brings up Doofy. And it's funny because at the beginning you talk about quitting your job as a driver, and Doofy was telling us on the show that he was an Uber driver before Zed came around, and now he's making money off Zed and quit that Uber stuff. So just remind me.
Yo, tell me what I have a painful story about Zed. I saw Zed run around 2 years ago, actually, and back then I was very excited about flipping digital horses. I was like, this is cool. I'm flipping digital horses. So I flipped a Z1 horse for like $100 from $100 to like $500 back then.
Yeah.
Little did I know those were Z1s.
Oh no.
I was like, oh wow. So back then they had no traction. There was nothing going on. It was just
No.
like, okay, this might die off. But then they end up coming back, recently and just started doing
Man, you're
steady
like
work.
You're like a super OG in this stuff. Holy crap. 2 years ago you buying Zed horses? Dang.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, that's where Z1 horses. That hurts.
That's sweet though. Hey, you have a story at least to go with it.
Yeah.
I sold my 8 for 0.5, so I mean.
Oh man.
Everyone
yeah,
has
yeah.
a story like that, though. Everyone has a story.
Yep.
I think I've had the war stories.
Yeah, I mean, we all
I
have
can beat
war
you.
stories.
I can beat you, but it's too embarrassing. I can't talk about it.
So talk about. Let's go. Who's got the worst story? Openly talk about it. I'll tell you. I bought Cool Cats. 0.2 sold it at 0.6. There you go. That's my worst story.
No, that's nothing compared to mine.
That's not bad.
I sold 3 Fidenzas for under 1 ETH each.
Oh, wow.
You know what? I take it back.
I think that takes
it. I think you just won, but mine's pretty bad. Yeah.
You have to tell it now because I had Top Shot Swicky over here saying that yours is the worst. So we have to hear it.
It's not worse than Zeneca's, but I sold a 101 Ghost for about 6 ETH, which was disappointing.
What's that worth now? I actually don't know.
I think the floor is 100. Something like that. Yeah.
100. Okay, let me tell you.
I don't like to think about it. I don't look.
Well, what's the Fidenza floor?
Higher?
150 or 200.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I still have one, so I feel really happy.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I focus on the one I have, not the 3 I lost or sold.
Oh my God. Wait, Jason just exposed me in the comments about buying an empty blob box for 1 ETH. Okay.
1 ETH? How'd that happen?
I was new, I don't know.
Yeah. Thong likes the blobs. I remember you shilling me blobs.
Yeah, man.
Long time ago.
That was like the second or third NFT I've ever minted. That's like where I had like half an ETH and just put it all in blobs and it worked out.
Jason over here, chicken. Jason's Rice Boy. Yeah, wasn't it you and me, Poppy, that bought the blob boxes and ended up selling the blob?
I never bought a blob.
Oh, that was Baccarat party. Okay. I still get you guys mixed up. Like you guys both joined Squanchline at the same time. I just get you guys mixed up. All right, Ben, finish up what you were saying. Did you have more?
No, not really. I started getting real big into the NFTs in July. I did it more as like a side hustle. I guess I still do it as a side hustle more than anything else, but it's so addictive that you're just in it all the time, right?
It is.
So
I
that's
got Ben in.
he definitely got me, and he got me in Top Shot first in January, and then from Top Shot I graduated to Nifty Gateway, and then from Nifty Gateway I brought in my NFTs to OpenSea, and then from that point on it was off to the races.
Heck yeah! All right, Poppy, tell us what you've been doing since your last day of work, and then we'll open up with you starting. You can just go ahead and ask Nick some questions about what we were talking about earlier, and get the show going.
Yeah. Oh man, it's going full time into the space. It's like everything magnifies because you actually have a lot of time to focus your energy on all things that are going on. And today it kind of all came to a head where it's like I woke up and chose violence against like a number of different topics that literally were just blowing my mind today. One of them is the whole OpenSea and the DAO turtles. That's obviously a topic we got to talk about. I know some of us in here have turtles and others might not and might still be passionate about the topic, and others might disagree with me. And then the whole mecha thing really threw me off with what kind of access they were asking for people's identity, and I love to talk about that. And it's not fun on mecha. I actually I hope I win the raffle with my burner accounts. So, but it's still a topic that I think is important to talk about. And then of course Nick is here, so I'm a massive fan of Guild of Guardians. Have been in there from day one. I minted the legendary heroes, and looking forward to seeing what Nick's got to talk about Guild of Guardians. I know there's been lots of leaks and stuff with some of the stuff coming out with the pets, so I'm pumped to talk to him about that too. And we'll talk Solana as well. So man, we got a like jam-packed episode with all kinds of great topics.
Someone's telling Roham on you. They said chicken. Your burners.
He's just a chicken.
Yeah, so go ahead, Nick. Man, tell us about what's the new stuff coming out with Guardians. Like, if anybody's watched this show, this Guardians were what I was trying to buy when Gossip Goblin was on my show, and I totally just like I was kind of listening, and then like 10 minutes into the show, I was like, "Whoa, those are made out of real clay," and everybody gets a kick out of that still because I didn't even like he was explaining how they makes them out of clay for like 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden I asked him if they're made out of clay. He's like, "What the hell you been doing, man?" I was trying to buy Guardians, and I blanked. I didn't get any. I was on the computer, and everybody told me I had to be on the phone to do it, and then I just gave up.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the Wave 2 drop we did. So we've had basically we have NFT founder assets. We're trying to build, I guess, like cosmetically unique ones for people who are early in the community to have an opportunity to buy and hold long term. But we did Wave 1, and it was not a disaster, but there were a lot of things that we learned from it, which is as good as something going well, in my opinion. And then Wave 2 was you start to see how prohibitive really high gas is, and people are trying to buy in at sort of a lower entry point. It's like, well, if I want to get on and buy sort of 2 epic heroes or whatever, and then I'm getting slapped with this massive gas fee that you were starting to see with coordinated drops, we were thinking of opportunities and ways to get around that. So we just literally put it live and tweeted like Wave 2's live. And so that there were a lot of people in your boat who kind of, it sold out in 10 minutes. And there were a lot of people in your situation who kind of were a bit late to the party or were asleep or whatever.
No. I was in the first wave then. No, I was in that first wave.
Yeah. Well, then, first wave, same thing.
Yeah, I just you would have experienced I never could connect to the site.
The problems that we had. So, yeah, there were, as I said, we made some mistakes and used that as good learning experience for Wave 2, and then obviously moving forward for future drops. But yeah, GOG it's in a really exciting position at the moment. It's grown a lot since when I started. I was the first hire outside of Derek, who is an absolute wizard. And I know Cordy's been in NFTs for a couple of years. Derek was one of the OGs in CryptoKitties, and I get to work with him and sort of pick his brain every day, which is really good. But But yeah, GOG, any of you want to ask away or any questions you've got, I'll give you the full spiel.
Yeah, Nick, I think one of the things about Guild of Guardians is that so there's a lot of new people in the space now, right? From months ago, my God, it must have. I don't even remember how long was the first drop that we did.
First drop would have been almost 6 months ago.
Yeah, like I remember being brand new to MetaMask, and in fact, you didn't even mint NFTs at the time. We just bought stuff on a website and trusted you would give us NFTs someday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, we held them as digital receipts. Yeah, 100%.
We couldn't even
that was
trade for like months. The NFTs.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah, back then. But so the point being is, I actually have a lot of new friends that I've helped onboard over the last couple months, and I try to talk to them about Guild of Guardians, but they're so far removed from the drops and the hype of that, what happened. So I think there has to be a lot of education to the space of the people that are in the space now around what is this thing you're building, because you guys are building something that could be pretty disruptive to the gaming industry. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really funny talking about that because I still see NFTs as kind of the bridging blocks between a number of different areas, a number of different, I guess, sectors and scopes that people live and exist in. And obviously, Guild of Guardians is trying to nail down the gaming side. We kind of make no secret of the fact that when we started this operation, the goal was, it sounds cliched, but we want to disrupt the gaming industry. So essentially, the game it's a mobile RPG. And it was born out of the motivation to try and the easiest way to do it is basically let gamers turn their passion for gaming into assets. So I don't know if any of you guys are big gamers from back in the day. I was a big FPS guy, played a lot of Overwatch, a lot of COD, Fortnite with my friends when I was at uni and college. And you end up sinking quite a lot of money into these things, particularly if you're not spending on a bunch of other stuff. You're buying skins, you're buying cosmetics, and these things are all trade locked. You can't do anything with them. And essentially what you're doing is like, lining greedy game developers' pockets. And so we were pretty strong on that in the beginning. It's like, how can we build something that is not only accessible, fun to play, but then also gives gamers of all different ideas and all different passions and mindsets and investment theses an opportunity to monetize that and actually have full digital ownership. So TLDR, mobile RPG, dungeon crawler, low poly aesthetic, super accessible, guild opportunities, cooperation, and you get to make money from doing it. So play and earn is what we're really heavy on.
Yeah, one of the really things that I like about it is that people will be able to participate and sort of play the game and level up in the game, or they can actually buy the NFTs as well. How's that part going to work? I've always been curious about how you envision the mechanics of that working.
I think the key thing for us to note is that our job is to try and facilitate people's investment theses. It's not for us to try and pigeonhole people and say the way to make money through this is, for example, trading and scaling up your NFT collection, or tipping hours and hours into the game itself, and that's how you're going to make your money. The goal is for us to try and build like a seamless, invisible, dynamic metaverse economy and allow people to operate and do their own thing in that space and come up with their own ways and ideas to make the most of that and utilize that potential. So there's obviously the NFT marketplace, which we're building on Immutable X. We see a lot of potential with the gas-free minting and trading on that front. And then obviously there's the game mechanics themselves. There's the guild aspect. There's the ability to go and trade and craft items and level up and merge heroes together. And there's so many different elements that it makes kind of your experience of the game. Everyone has a different sort of diverse opportunity to go in and make of it what they will.
Yeah, how that is, I think, one of the challenges some of the people I've talked to have is just the concept of adopting a new blockchain and moving ETH over. I gotta say, I did, and I found it super, super easy. It was like deposit, and it just deposited, and it was there, and I was able to buy. But sometimes that small friction for something that isn't necessarily coming out tomorrow, right? Means that you guys have a tough job of making sure that everybody stays happy in the meantime, because you got a really long-term vision for what you want to build. It's not going to be built overnight. It's not a 10K PFP project that we're going to, all participate in for a week and then be gone. And so it's I really love the teasers that you've been giving out lately, because it's kind of got me back into the Discord and looking at that. But how do you balance that, right? Like the long-term approach with making sure investors are happy now.
100%. And that's you're exactly right. That's the balance that we are always looking to strike. I mean, when I started here about a year ago, we had no Discord channel. We had barely a Twitter presence. It was kind of like, let's build this community and build this group of evangelists from the ground up. And something that we were really strict on in the beginning and even to now is like, we're not trying to build this thing overnight. We're not trying to go in and have a quick hit grab and ride a wave and then disappear. It's like, we want to be the go-to premier blockchain game in 10, 15 years time. That's kind of what drives us and what motivates us. And in terms of trying to balance those two things, it's all about communication style. It's about under-promising, over-delivering. It's about being really honest when things go wrong. It's about being super transparent with, I mean, in the first wave when we had those problems, like we refunded everyone's gas. It was about doing a bunch of different things where, it's thrown around so much now, but as Zeneca wrote in his blog post yesterday, it's like, you look at the community, you look at the team, they're the things that instill trust in people. And if you don't have that, or you drop the ball for even a minute, they will jump on you. And they're honest. They'll tell you what they think.
They will.
So it's been interesting. My background is in sports broadcasting and journalism, and I came across to do the marketing for a blockchain game a year ago. So it's like I'm learning as quickly as the guys telling me what they feel about the game. So we're kind of growing together, which is it's an interesting experience, but I'm enjoying it.
When is the game? When's it coming out?
I mean, our soft target at the moment is sort of late Q1 2022 for an alpha.
Okay.
We've been in development for more than a year now, so it's something we won't rush. We're definitely not going to rush it.
No way. I mean, you already had the interest. I mean, you had these people like Poppy, and I tried to. You had all these people that bought all this stuff, knowing there won't be a game out for like a year. So you had the interest there, and yeah, it's there. I mean, you're good in that situation.
We've got I think our Discord community is up around 70,000 members at the moment. We've got 150,000 people pre-registered for the game. We had a few referral campaigns in the beginning that popped off, and I think that speaks to the potential that this game has to really cut through and make noise. But not only that, I think the community that we've got are quickly becoming pretty rusted on. And my sort of goal for the next quarter is to try and absolutely leverage the power and strength of the community that we've got. So start onboarding ambassadors, start onboarding people who are going to go on and really start spreading the word of what we've got as we get closer to live ops. And then on the other side, there's a bunch of partnerships we've already announced, which I think instill a lot of confidence in people. So we're partnered with Ubisoft. We've got a partnership with NRG Esports. We've got a few things coming out, which I can't talk about at the moment, but there's significant ammo there and significant potential for Guild of Guardians to, be the premier mobile blockchain game in a decade's time.
That's awesome, man. Keep up the good work. I only hear good things about it, so that's good news on its own, man.
And we should say lastly too, regarding GOG, in terms of people that want to get involved now. So we've had the legendary heroes drop. They're now tradable on the marketplace. We've got the epic heroes, and the next are the pets. When can we expect time frame to be able to mint some pets?
Yeah, so we'll have rare heroes and pets. They're both still to come. And again, both of them have proper in-game utility. They're not just cosmetics or NFTs that you buy and stash away, unless you want to do that as your sort of investment thesis. But we'll have them going live before the end of the year. We're not going to commit to a date because we're not sure whether we're going to stealth drop it. We're not sure whether we're going to run whitelists. We're still sort of working out what's in the best interest of the community and making sure that we get the most NFTs possible in the most people's hands. So it will be soon, and we're excited for it. We think that the pets in particular are best in class. We've got our art director and game designer are absolute weapons, and they're very excited by that. So keep an eye on our Discord and our Twitter for sort of the most up-to-date announcements, if you will. But they're soon.
All right, Jason. I'm just reading my notes, man. I write down a lot of stuff now for these shows. Yeah. Anybody else have any other questions for Nick? Or Nick, do you have anything else you want to talk about or ask one of our other guests? Like, I mean, you know most of these people on here. Do you have any questions before you have to take off?
No,
I know
I
you're
just
not.
think
You don't have to
it's-
leave. We're not kicking you off. I'm just asking if you had questions.
No, I would say not a question, but more a note of my gratitude to continue to learn and I guess be picked up by you guys. And I read all of your stuff, Zan. I read and watch all your stuff, Puppy. And I think like it's the more that people can dive in and get immersed in this space. I'm a young guy, and the more that I can learn from people like you, the better. So it helps us, it helps our game, and then obviously from my own perspective, it's something that I'm very grateful for. So appreciate the opportunity to jump on and talk to you guys.
Yeah, I'm just happy that the NFT community and the larger, platform of it has more good people than scammers and crap. Because I hate reading these damn stories. Like, it's usually like the stupid sites that we all hate to read now. But mainstream people read these sites and they're like, "Oh, another big scam!" Like, there's some ape scam last Friday, I guess, and these people just like they just shut down the internet and closed the Discord and just took off like out like. I don't know, man. It sucks when I read that stuff because it puts a bad, like, it's not that many people are like, what is there? One rug pull for every, like, maybe like what, 5%? No, probably at the max 5% of bad actors.
Yeah, I haven't seen that many NFT rug pulls. It's not as bad as like, as cryptocurrency tokens. Those are just, rampant right there.
At this point, it's official. Everything I've been rug pulled in the last 6 months came back to life. Everything.
Oh wow! Yeah, I think I saw your post.
Pix
I saw you
Puppies.
think about Pix Puppies. Yeah, I saw that. I'm actually in the
Pix
chat with you.
puppies.
I'm in the chat with you. I bought a couple of Pix Puppies. I gave them to my sister because I loved them and she wanted puppies. So I sent it over to her and I told her like, "Oh wow, the puppies are going back up again." Because at one point they died off completely, man.
Well, the developer left. Like
the
definition of rug pull.
I was mad at him. I was like, "Yo, what are you doing, bro? Get back to it. Why you just disappear like that?" Because I love the art so much. But then I'm happy he's back doing what he's doing now. So
that's the crazy thing about the NFT space. And you're so right, man. It's so different than holding shitcoin that literally is just like a thing you see on a trading platform. Than like holding puppies. Like I held my 40 puppies, man. They were in my wallet. I was like, whatever. They're never coming back to life, but I got puppies. And boom, they came back to life.
They're dancing. I love them. They have the piggies too, the piggies. Oh my god.
They do. They're minty right now, guys. No, not financial advice. I don't know if this guy's leaving tomorrow again.
Are you serious? He did more stuff?
Well, he's back. People are minting. People were literally minting them today.
Oh yeah, guys. There's currently a trend for pixel art. So that's why they're looking into that as well.
Where was he? Where was this guy at?
You said what?
Where does this guy go?
Us. He got in over his head. He was overwhelmed and he left.
I was like, yo, I think NFTs makes more sense right now than focusing on school. The way this is going. Oh my god.
Speaking of coming back from a day, it wasn't a rug pull, but Qubits sold out, man. Like, what's up with that? That's crazy. I didn't know if we'd ever see that day, but they sold out 2 days ago, I believe.
They did. And then they rose. And that's the opposite of a rug pull because that team just has not stopped working. Like it just I don't know why and why that happened to them.
When did they mint? When did Qubits mint?
2 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been months since I minted my first.
Wait, what's the full price for them right now?
They went up. They went up to like
0.09
2 days ago, and they're back. They were way back down today. Like everything's down today. Like as Zeneca, shows us always. It was a pretty red day. Zeneca, you want to talk to us about that? Because it, by the way, I grabbed your tweet and I sent it to my friends who were all crying about how low the market is today. Because I think everybody needs to hear your message all the time when we have days like this.
Yeah, I mean, they happen not infrequently. Every couple of weeks, we'd see a day like this, if not more often. And, part of it's when ETH prices go up, people start, like a lot of people still think of their NFTs in like USD value or fiat value. So they think, oh, ETH has gone up, I can sell now and get, more than what I paid or much more. But the other thing is that when ETH price goes up or down a lot, there's like a lot of DeFi activity on Ethereum, and that causes gas to spike. And then when gas goes up, no one wants to buy NFTs, especially if it's like 0.02, 0.05, these cheaper NFTs. No one's going to buy one of those for 0.05 if gas is going to be another 0.03 or whatever. So then no one's buying, and then people start panicking and start undercutting one another, and floors just tank. And gas will calm down as it always does, and all these floors will get eaten up as they always do. Like NFTs they keep coming back to life, as you were just saying. Things that were dead 6 months ago, let alone things that are still active yesterday, they're all going to do well. They're all going to do fine. I strongly believe that. Yeah.
I think there's some profit taking with how much ETH has gone up to compared to the floor, say a week ago. Yeah.
And like the best part about NFTs is that you're able to come back a lot quicker. When something goes down 95% in crypto, you actually do a 3 or 4 or 5x for them to get back to where it was compared to how a floor price might just go up rapidly in a few days.
Yeah.
In the NFT world.
To give you an example, those Pix puppies were at 0.0001 for the longest time, basically dead, zero. And they moved to 0.1 in seconds. And these weren't people delisting because nobody knew this was happening. They literally went from that to 0.1 in literally seconds. I got caught selling something that was on the market from 5 months ago. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here?
This is why, I should stay up later than I do. I never do. I go to bed at 10:30 Pacific. And then I woke up the next day, my Pix puppies were all sold because I forgot that I had them for sale. I was like, whoever buys these, Godspeed, I don't care. And then I woke up and I was like, I was automatically delisting my Ether Sparks. They're going to come back.
They will.
My Metabots, all of it.
If anybody has Ether Sparks here, understand, that team has not stopped trading, by the way. That team has not stopped building. This has the classic situation where all of a sudden they're going to pop up a game and people are going to FOMO in and buy it because they're terrible marketers, but they don't stop building.
Has anybody invested in My Fucking Pickle? You guys remember that?
In what?
I bought one yesterday.
It's called My Fucking Pickle. It was one of the most interesting reveals I've ever seen.
I think everybody here owned a pickle at one point.
20 or 30 pickles.
Yeah, I bought some yesterday because I was like, with everything else mooning, they're just bound to moon one of these days. It's just gonna happen.
I feel like they're just so influential in a way. Everyone copied, everyone implemented some kind of pickle in their collection. A lot of projects did, so that's why I still have some of my pickles.
I still have 10 pickles, I think. I had 30 at one point, man. I kept buying them at the floor, and then they shot up, and I sold 20. Then I bought a couple more at the new floor. It's all a game. It's like those big whales in the crypto world where they basically control the market kind of, and they sell at the top and they just rebuy it when it goes down again. All right, I'm gonna rebuy, and they just keep doing that whole cycle, man. So I kind of do what they do, but without being able to manipulate it like they can. I just wait for stuff to fall because it seems like everything has its ebb and flows for real.
Yeah. It's a good buy. I think Zeneca's onto something there because, look, it's Cole, man. If Cole farts, the pickles are going up. We all know that. So it's just when he decides to fart. You better have him before he does.
Doesn't he have pictures of his dog for sale right now, though?
What?
He gave them away, I think, for free, right?
Yeah, they're free, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But things like them are not really free. When you look at the gas,
right? Yeah.
There's a free mint today. The gas was $2.50. I was like, okay, bye. I don't want that. No.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some kickback on the resale, right?
About the pickles, the creators of the pickles, they're actually the crypto foxes, and those were pumping yesterday or the day before as well. Yeah. So maybe there's some correlation there.
It's just weird because that project has so much influence. It's just especially with Cole, he's done stuff for them. He's also affiliated with the Pudgy Penguins, so it's just strange how the pickles haven't picked up yet. They also had this feature what's called stacking, where you could stack your pickles and earn rewards and all that. So I feel like once that comes out, it might blow up, in my opinion.
It's all kind of similar to Bloot, so a project I'm not in that a lot of people are flooding right now. They're pissed and they're not happy. And I actually don't have much of anything Beanie makes, but Bloot's kind of looking interesting at the price that it's at. And I might do what Zeneca did with pickles just because you just know the story doesn't end here. It never does.
Zeneca, what do you think about that move?
It's probably smart. Like anything Beanie touches, he's gonna find a way to bring value to it. I'm pretty sure.
I'm actually very
And
bullish
Tropo,
on-
man, and Tropo.
Yeah, that they're.
I'm actually very bullish on loot. Very bullish on loot, actually.
Oh, me too.
My bad.
Yeah.
I wish we weren't, but here we are.
Wish we weren't streaming.
No, I wish we weren't bullish on blue. I don't know. I just like.
I don't even know what it is.
You're good.
What's Tiki Moon?
I think King Swoop's referring to the Beatnik Tiki tribe. I know King Swoop. The Tikis were one of the first projects that he invested in, and I did it with him. And it's just another one that has just done nothing for a little while. So we're waiting for that to move.
Look at Chris, man. He has a #1 blue. That's pretty good, right? I mean,
wow.
Yeah, Chris was a genius because he figured out that when Blue copied the loot contract, it was like 1-to-1. So the #1 rarest trait for the loot was also the #1 rarest trait for the blue. So he just went and bought it.
Wow.
And, yeah. So now he has the rarest blue.
dude, he's the
Chris
smartest
is a weapon.
guy, man.
He's a weapon.
He's a genius.
He is.
Chris,
yeah,
type out what that blute says. I'm so curious. When you get a chance.
It's literally any question pops up, anything to do with any smart contract or whatever. It's like his name just appears. There's an essay there. It's like, oh, he solved all the problems in the world for that 5-minute period.
Yeah, for sure. There's another really smart dude in that community too. Like if you ever have a smart contract / crypto question, ETH chain, blockchain, like this guy, I forget his name. It's not Tiger. It's somebody else. It's not Bernard either. It's another dude, but he like only chills on like one channel. It's called Crypto. And like, but if you ever have a question, man, just pop in there. And that dude will give you like the rundown of like, he'll answer like your question plus like 10 more for you. Like, I'll find out his name right now. Like the dude's just a whiz too.
That is one topic I was talking about today. I find that dude, there's so much to build in this space, but it's so difficult to find really talented people that aren't already like super busy. And Chris there is like super helpful, and he's like the best. He'll help anybody, right? But there's only like one of Chris to go around, and I would love to see more communities being built around focusing on onboarding net new people into the space. And let's get some freaking developers, man, to actually build a roadmap for how to transition from being a just a normal developer, we'll call him a normie developer, to being a blockchain developer. And I don't, Nick, actually, I would love to hear this from you, because has Guild of Guardians had that issue sort of trying to find talent, and how do you guys do that?
I mean, it's one of those things where, and you've already nailed it, like recruiting is so difficult. Finding good candidates is so difficult. And it's not just in development, it's in marketing, it's in community management, it's in social media, because again, it's the double-edged sword of being early is really good, but being early is really bad, because there's not a lot of people who can do the things that you need done. We're really lucky. We've got a game studio that's dedicated to the game. So we've got sort of 20 plus people working full time on it. And we've had them working on the project for a year. So we've kind of avoided on that front specifically any real issues. But I mean, there are roles that we source for, and and it is difficult to find the right people to slot into those spots. But
and what I find exactly is right. you're kind of hiring now for potential, not nobody has the experience that anybody would want.
I mean, so it's one of the things that we look for is like one of the values we have is like you need A players, and you need people who will lovingly go in and speak their minds and tell you exactly what they think about any, like if you can go and hire people in who maybe have never been exposed to NFTs or have such a really limited knowledge of the blockchain, but you know that they're entrepreneurial, you know that they're go-getters, and you know that they're willing to learn and throw themselves into something new, they often end up being people who are very, very talented in the space. And that's kind of across the board. That's not just in what I just touched on there. It can be development, it can be community management. There are people who who moderate our Discord who didn't know what NFTs were when they joined Guild of Guardians, and now they probably know more than I do. So it's you're exactly right, and I think one of the things that the NFT space would really benefit from is some kind of opportunity or big goal to mobilize those group of people and bring in that group that bridges and helps bridge from mainstream into blockchain. I think you're exactly right.
Yeah, and you guys had to do something that had never been done on Immutable X, is my understanding. So you're kind of building on a net new platform. You guys are really the flagship product of that blockchain. So you're gonna basically transcend even things they didn't even know you could do on their own blockchain. So you couldn't hire people with that experience. You're literally figuring it out.
I mean, our sort of head dev engineer on the smart contract side, he's a gun. He's worked on Ethereum for multiple years, and he still came in and was like, I'm basically doing this from scratch. A lot of the stuff we're doing with gifting tools, with distribution, I mean, it's just testing and churning and testing and churning and making mistakes and fixing bugs. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, someone has to do it. And projects are going to do it basically. So why not us? But things like doing drops on Immutable X, stuff like that, when we get to a point where we have an opportunity to make that gas-free minting, gas-free trading, have the opportunity for people to dive into that without the blockers that exist on layer one, that's another thing that kind of motivates us, and it's only good for the space, not just our project.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, guys?
Yes, me myself, I've been personally sleeping on your project. That's for sure. I'm trying to like dive in deep into what you guys are doing.
It's good. It's one of those things where I think you can kind of come in at your own pace, and we're not going anywhere. So it's dive in whenever you want, pretty much, and I'm always around to answer questions. But yeah, it's a lot of good stuff going on.
I'd like to, if we could, just move over to Sol now. I mean, we were talking about this whole ETH chain and everything. Let's talk about the Sol chain. Like, what is everybody's thoughts on just in general? Because the gas is a lot cheaper, everything's cheaper, and I mean, aside from the copycat projects, it's pretty cool stuff.
Besides those, that's embarrassing. But Solana's insane. How basically the fees on there are like 0.0005 cents. Like most transactions are very, very cheap. It's ridiculous, and it's not even as hard to actually use Solana blockchain, right? You just have to buy some Solana on like either KuCoin, Binance, Crypto.com, or Coinbase. You just buy it there and send it to a wallet. And there's this thing that my favorite wallet on Solana is actually called Phantom Wallet, right? PHANTOM, and it's like MetaMask, but you just send your Solana to that wallet. 1 second, my earphones are dying. Okay. Do you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, so it's Phantom Wallet, PHANTOM, right? And this wallet literally connects like MetaMask, and as soon as you have that extension, it's an extension on Chrome. On Chrome, you just have that extension on Chrome and have it downloaded. Chrome, Firefox, and I think Opera browser too supports it. But once you have it on there, you basically could use their marketplaces.
Oh, you cut out.
Solana Art.
There you go. It cut out for a second.
Oh yeah, so there's marketplaces called Solana Art, Solana.art. You can buy NFTs on there. They also have one called DigitalEyes.market, and there's another one called Magic Eden. So there's just so many marketplaces out there, and there isn't an exact one. It's similar to OpenSea, and that's like the the open source one, like OpenSea, where you just buy anything on there. Anybody can post anything. But it's early to a point where there's a lot of scams on that website, so they're fixing all that. That's the issue right there with SolSea. So what I've been seeing is that on Solana, there's been a lot of traction. So I think like Sunday, this NFT called Solana Monkey Business, they sold for $2 million. So that was really interesting right there. And it's also seeing like large other projects like DG Ape Academy. Those are selling for thousands of dollars. So there's a lot of top projects out there. Me myself, I have a thug bird. It's like it's a bird with some shades. He's like a zombie or something, right? But this project is directly working with audience, right? So you see them, they have a partnership with audience, and then I can see them working with the music sector. So that's a place we haven't tapped into yet. So I think we might see the next music NFTs on Solana, the next top music NFTs, in my opinion.
So on that topic too, I know that I've been kind of researching some things because I've been checking out the mints on Solana this week, and I know there was a big one that got totally botted. It was just like full bot.
Yeah, the frogs.
Yeah, the crypto frogs. It got full botted, and I was watching everyone's reactions, and people were frustrated because a lot of people are coming from Ethereum where you can throttle up gas and you have kind of control over that situation, right? Like if you drop thousands, you have a chance to get it. But ETH, like you gas wins, and on Solana, it's first come, first serve. So there are a lot of sort of like different mindsets around getting into that rather than just like ratcheting up gas. Some of the tips I've heard, by the way, and I haven't done this, so but these are just tips I've heard from some Sol heads, is you can actually open up like a bunch of different tabs and create separate wallets in your Phantom account and mint to, you can connect to the site through each tab and try and mint on like 10 tabs at once, which is like different, obviously, than Ethereum and MetaMask, but you can try doing that. And sometimes people have success with that. And I know from our project, we're going to try and, reduce it to 1 per transaction, because I would hate for that to happen in our project. Like, it's just not fun. Like you click and it's like the transaction doesn't even try and go through. It's just gone, right? Like there's no even like Explorer. It's just like, it never happened. So I'm learning a lot about it, but that's what I've learned so far. I don't know if anyone can confirm or deny those 10 tabs.
Oh yeah. Have you tried using this platform called Drop Zone? It's on Radium actually.
No.
So yeah, so it's really interesting what they're doing. It's like a raffle system. So it's one project that came out like last week, right? It's called Soul Army. If you guys heard of it, they're listed on Solana Arc. And what they did was a raffle system where basically, remember, this is on Solana. So you go to the drop zone .radium.io, and it basically creates an NFT for you, like a drop box, basically, right? So, to get onto drop zone, they had to verify the Solana Army project. So that already makes it a safer project to invest in. You had that, and then that went into drop zone. So, but once you were picked, I was unfortunate. Unfortunately, I didn't get any tickets, right? So I had to buy secondary market on the secondary market. But the people who won the tickets out of a few thousand, right? They were able to actually, get the box and redeem it on the website on the day of the sale. So, so they got a lucky ticket, claimed that ticket to buy on the site, and that right there is a problem solver where it solves, from scam rug pull projects, and it also, solves the issue that's like something that we saw with NBA Top Shot, where because there's so many people hopping on board, it's just better to have that on the side where it's like a raffle system where not everybody can win something, but as long as everyone gets the same opportunity, that works out for everybody else. So that's a great thing that I've been seeing on Solana. So, that's amazing. And these guys at Megaverse, they tried something like today actually related to raffle. So we might be seeing a lot of that when NFTs start getting more popular.
Yeah, that's kind of what you see on Nifty Gateway. They kind of do the same thing, right? Where so many people enter for that specific drawing from that artist, and then kind of get picked out of the raffle, whether you won or not.
Yeah.
So, Cordy, I got this. You made a point about the multiple marketplaces that are on Solana. That took me a little bit of getting used to, because there just isn't one. And in fact, you will hold an NFT on Solana that is trading on multiple marketplaces, which is, we see that with Rarible and OpenSea, but not really. People don't really go to Rarible much. So I'm just getting into this. So I'm wondering, is sort of speculating on an NFT being in a smaller marketplace and buying it there, and potentially knowing that it's going to come to Solana Art, which just seems to be the holy grail. Is that a thing? Because I saw it once and I didn't get in, and it went up, and now I'm like kind of speculating on that, and I'm curious for someone that's been longer. Is that a thing?
Oh yeah. So right now the the main marketplace is Solana Art, but we're so early that they haven't found out the main competitor yet, right? So the only reason why Solana Art has a competitive advantage because that they have the devs from Solana themselves working on Solana Art. So that's why they have the advantage. But I'm seeing a lot of projects like Magic Eden, even though some of them have their own issues with with servers because they're not used to all this traffic, right? That's the problem about being early. But right now it's very competitive between all of them, though. It's not really. And if you want to get something early, make sure you get it before it gets to Solana Art, because that's like so far like the open sea. It's not even the open sea because a lot of these projects on Solana, right? They ask you to they make sure the project is verified. The only project that's actually like OpenSea in the same way is Soul C. But Soul C is not a good platform because they haven't found a way to really like you know verify projects or have infrastructure where you can actually tell which project is scam. It's very easy to get scammed on Soul C, so not everybody not using that platform. So they're using Solana Art, but even though they take time to verify your own NFTs that come in there. So not everyone's getting on Solana Art, they'll get on SoulC, but you have to make sure that it's verified. There's times where they're not verified, and that could be real, but there's a lot of scammers where they'll make the contract look real, but there's like another there's like another address in between it called a unit address that you need to verify it. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. So right now the main exchange is Solana Art. The second is Magic Eden, and the third is Digital Eyes that market. The others I just stay away from at the moment.
So
Hey,
Cordy,
you said something. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I had a quick question for you. So let's say that someone does a Solana drop and they miss out on the mint for whatever reason, and it gets minted out. So you would suggest that that person goes first to Magic Eden before it kind of gets approved on Solana?
Oh yeah. So because Magic Eden actually verifies them, but they usually get to Magic Eden first, or they usually get to Digital Eyes that market first before they get to Solana Art. Solana Art is like the holy grail, where it's like once they get on there, they probably already went up with 2x or so.
But you probably still have to be careful. Could you still be careful on Magic Eden and Digital Eyes to make sure?
No, you don't have to because Magic Eden and Digital Eyes that market, they both verify the prices before they get reported. The only one that's like open source that's like wild and crazy is
like SoulC. Yeah,
but it's like too crazy for me because like they haven't found a way to really avoid scams. You can get scammed there like crazy. The first day I tried to use it, I got scammed. It was that, and I knew what I was doing, so I'm like, how did this happen? It looked like the same address, everything, but there's ways to make it look like they are real on SoulC, so they have to fix that issue.
That's cool though, because if you miss out on a mint, you can pretty much go right to Magic Eden or Digital Eyes and be pretty confident that that project has been verified because they had to submit it. Yeah.
Yes. So those, but you could be extra risky and buy things such as. So there's this NFT project I'm trying to get into, right? It's called. Have you guys heard about it? It's called Be Gods on Solana. It's coming out this Friday, and they are the first maybe deflationary NFT out there. So basically, these guys, they have something called paper hands bitch tags. so basically, if you sell under mint price or you sell under the price that you paid for, you have to pay them 33%, and that goes into their treasury. And then once that money goes into their treasury, they use that to buy off the NFTs under mint or floor price that you sold and burn. And it just keeps going on and on. So it's called a paper hands bitch tag, and it's very interesting.
I like that.
And I really like what they're doing. And then basically, as soon as the project comes out Friday, they're gonna release their own marketplace, and you can only sell their NFTs on their marketplace. So I wonder what they're gonna do with that. So there's a lot of great things happening on Solana that I haven't seen before, such as like they have a lot of projects focused on passive income, such as Piggy Soul Bank, where you have they basically give you 30% of the marketplace rewards, and they also have their own marketplace. So it's a lot of competition on Solana. Everyone can compete, unlike Ethereum, where basically it's just open sea and everyone dies off from all these gas fees.
And Cordy, there's one thing that really caught my attention that you touched on a little bit. when it comes to Solana art itself. As soon as I walked in, one thing that did throw me off, and there's still opportunity for any of these platforms to become the go-to Solana platform. The first thing that threw me off about Solana art is that they will not list a project unless it's sold out. Never mind, having a verification process, but they will not list your project if you don't sell out. I don't know that that's what we want in this space, to be honest with you. I don't know that that's going to win in the end if I'm betting on a platform that's going to win in the end for Solana.
And hopefully they change that, but them, like, they make sure everything is like, oh, it has to be a top of the line project. But me myself, I have my money on Magic Eden. That's an amazing marketplace. That it's a very new marketplace too. And what they have is definitely called a launch pad, basically, right? And you can apply. I'm currently, applying for the launch pad to get my NFT project on Solana because I love what Solana is doing. And so they have a launch pad where basically they're gonna help NFT projects themselves, and then have basically a codeless system to build out the NFTs, and they'll help you with that when you apply. So I just love the focus on creators overall. So that's where my money is on right now. For Solana art, like, hopefully they change what they're doing with the sellout thing, but yeah, that's not really my main favorite marketplace.
Dude, I'm in Bone World right now, and we've been in Bone World, right? And we've
I heard about it.
We've been in Magic Eden for like 5 days now without getting on Solana, and I'm like, I don't really know that we need to go over there. Like, this platform offers almost the same stuff right now. They're both, don't get me, none of them are OpenSea. Like, they're both really, really immature. But anyway, I wish them well because I've liked the platform, what I've seen so far.
They have offers now too in Magic Eden, so you could offer, what you want. That's something new that hasn't been done in Solana yet.
So Corporate Trash, you talked, you mentioned your project, but would love to hear what these bears are and what this project is all about.
Yeah, I'll kind of give you a quick pitch on it. So the project is called Bears on Sol. It's called Boss Bears, but our Twitter handle is Bears on Sol. And I was invited to join the team through Stickstock, who's an artist and collector. I'm sure a bunch of you guys know who that is. And he's got some friends that have worked in the graphics industry for a really long time. And he showed me the art on them. And I was like, these are adorable. But Solana, like, what's it all about? And so I've been, Cordy, thanks for all that info. I mean, I've been sort of on my own journey, like learning about Solana and trying to mint some stuff and figuring out the benefits, the struggles, especially comparing to an Ethereum platform. But yeah, the bears, there's 10,000 of them. When you look at Solana NFTs, we see a lot of kind of like dark NFTs. They're I don't know, I don't want to say like grungy, but they're very like kind of masculine, like kind of like, there's not like a very like cute, like cool cats ass profile picture project on there. So that's what Stick's vision is. Our mission is really to be that and to bring new people into the ecosystem, which I'm really focused on and educating them. And so, yeah, we launched on October 14th. We're just partnering with projects on all different sorts of blockchains. There are 160 plus traits. We are contributing 5% of sales to Wildlife SOS, which is going to save real bears. And yeah, we're super excited about it.
Love it. Tong, have you been on Solana yet?
No, but I have my Sol and my Phantom wallet ready to go for next Thursday for the Boss Bears launch.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's pretty much like if we end up making a lot of money on Solana, it's going to be because of the Boss Bears for the most part. Because I probably would have never done Solana myself.
Well, I mean, there's been opportunities like Cordy said with Thug Birds. They used to be 20 Sol. I think I don't even want to know what they are.
90.
I couldn't look.
90.
It's another one of those things that I should have bought and I didn't.
They're 90 now. Did you hear that?
I love that project.
Wow.
I was just looking at them.
Well, even when those frogs sold out, right? Didn't they jump right up to like 7.5 Sol from? I think they minted at 1. So
I like the
they seem to
birds
jump
better.
pretty quick.
That was another thing is you need to start getting used to new numbers. So I'm seeing stuff go from like 1 to 10, and I'm actually converting back to ETH to really tell me what the number is because I haven't processed the Solana numbers yet.
Yeah, what is it? One is worth 140.
think it's almost 160 now, but it goes up and down a lot.
Yeah, on Solana you spend more than you actually need to. I just don't. I just because I'm thinking like one is a lot less than what it is, and before you know it, you spend like $1,000 of 10 Solana, and you're thinking that's a lot less.
That's right.
That's,
Zeneca,
I
any
gotta
thoughts on
say-
starting to report on Solana stuff?
I mean, I get a lot of people asking me if I can like add Solana projects to my spreadsheets, and it makes sense because they're taken off. But I have too many ETH projects already. I just can't add more.
So
And
many.
it's like not as easy and straightforward for me to get the prices. I'm not as familiar with Solana. Yeah, I tried to mint some of those cyber frogs or whatever the other day, and yeah, it just didn't work. But no, I got some Solarians on Solana like 6 months ago or something. So those
cool.
I think are doing all right now. But yeah, I haven't done too much on Solana recently.
there's a site you can check. It's called Solanasis.
Yeah.
SOLANAYSIS. That's the best place to go to see what the top projects are, see the volume and all that stuff.
You can see upcoming
Type
drops there
that
too.
again.
Yeah, Soul
Nice.
Analysis.
You type that?
Yeah,
Type
Soul
it in
Analysis.
private. You type in a private, and I'll share it down here.
All right.
I gotta say those boss birds look like a complete ripoff of Bitbirds. They look.
Wait, are you
exactly
talking
like
about
them
Boss
to me.
Bears?
Birds? Big
Oh,
birds?
birds.
She's like, what?
Not bears.
Oh my
the
God.
birds. The things on
Oh.
Soul. Like the
Yeah,
things that you were
He's
just
talking about those
talking
earlier. I think Bitbirds, right?
Bitbirds. Yeah, the thug birds or whatever those things are. They're total ripoff.
What? No, not talking about the Thug Birds. Thug Birds are like, wait,
They
of what though?
look
Of what
just
project?
like them.
Of what project?
They look just like Bitbirds.
For real?
Let's see it.
What's Bitbirds? I've never heard of Bitbirds.
It's like an older NFT project.
Hey, Capra, I have about like 5-10 minutes left, but I really want to share the big reveal, the surprise that I have for you and Zeneca on the stream.
Oh, for
Is
sure.
that cool?
Yeah.
I can't share my screen, unfortunately. I think last time it didn't work either. So can I just DM you it?
Yeah. Did you do that? First I'm gonna type. Yep. I'll type this guy out.
Okay.
Wait, did you DM or did you put it in the private chat?
It's a picture, so I can't put it in a private chat.
All right, I'll check. Is that? Did you DM me Twitter? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I saw this today. Yeah.
No. That's yours. So.
Oh, sweet. Oh, that looks just like my guy. Awesome.
So we made NFT God and Zeneca honorary boss bears. I don't know if you can share your screen to see it because I can't. And yeah, so we have it as a Solana NFT too. If y'all have wallets, we can just send them to you. They're not a part of the collection, so don't worry. We're not like screwing over the people that are going to buy the collection.
No,
but
yeah,
we
for sure you
we
can't
hope
do
you
that.
like them. If you can share, that would be.
Yeah, I will. Let me get to
what's your Twitter? Okay.
It's a Bears on Sol. Yeah.
Bears on
Yeah.
Sol. Okay.
I'd love your
the-
feedback
okay.
too, Cordy, for sure. As someone who has been on Sol before.
This can be weird to do because I don't really. It's not really giving me that window to share. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Okay.
There.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, that's my lion. Is that Zeneca's Twitter?
Yeah,
guy?
that's my ape. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love it. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks a
for
lot.
sure.
These are sweet.
For
Very,
sure.
very
Yeah.
cool. And I do have a Phantom wallet now, so I can store it there.
Yep, they'll show up right in your Phantom wallet. You can look at your NFTs right in your wallet, which is a little different than MetaMask Desktop.
Yep. I love that. That was one of the first things that I caught on to as well. I'm like, hey, I like this actually.
Yeah, I think I personally don't. I really wish their Rarible was better because OpenSea kind of just aggravates me because they basically allow scammers to come in there, and there's a lot of things they can do to fix, and they just don't fix it. Like, why are they still allowing you to make offers in non-ETH? Like, why did they even do that? Like, I know now, like, I can put something under and say I only want ETH transactions, but I still get the dollar amounts. The stupid scammer dollar people or whatever are trying to get. I don't know. I just think that there should be more recourse too, like eBay or PayPal, where you have, but you really can't. I mean, how are you going to get the money
There's no
back?
regulations. Yeah.
But there's
Yeah,
something way. I mean, if we want to get on this topic, there's something way bigger to talk about with OpenSea right now that's driving me bonkers, and that is that from the moment Nate did his thing and left or quit or whatever, like literally, there's no company. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. I
No.
went to their Discord today. I could not believe how dead it was. There was nobody in there. There was literally the mods weren't even there for an hour. I'm like smashing buttons, going, "Where are you people?" And then there's this one grumpy guy who's like a wannabe mod, but he didn't make it to being a mod, and he's just like trolling everybody, like just telling us we're all morons. And then the mods show up and they start banning everybody, and there's no communication there. Like there's nobody talking. And at the same time, I don't know about you guys, how many projects have you bought over the last couple of weeks where they hit the criteria to get verified and they're not getting verified? There's literally no company there right now.
What's going on? You don't know? Nobody knows?
No, it's kind of been like that though, right? It's more about they worry about the development and everything else is out the window when it comes to customer service. They more or less don't really put the spend on that, right? They're kind of more just like, if you don't like it, leave type attitude is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, someone's gonna come around and knock them out. I mean, it's eventually gonna happen.
Happening.
Oh, yeah, this is a project that I saw. Like it was posted by Dingaling, but I can't remember the name of it. It was like this project.
Looks rare.
Looks rare.
Yeah, looks rare. Yes, looks rare.
Yeah.
And they said they're gonna incentivize users. I was like, okay, OpenSea, they have to start, paying us.
OpenSea's gonna get killed with that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
did you see Chris said they haven't even had a response for getting the Aped Out remix verified.
Yeah. Do you know how many?
It's been forever.
Do you know how many teams I've talked to in the last weeks that have the same story?
Wow.
Crypto chicks. They've done thousands of ETH in transactions and
They
still not verified.
No way.
They're
Oh
still
my
not
God.
verified. Or Outcast, which is more new, but still, I mean, it hit all the numbers right away. There's
You
a
want to buy my
guy.
Outcast, Poppy? Want to buy mine?
What's that?
Do you want to buy my Outcast?
See, no, this is when I'm buying them, to be honest.
right,
If
cool.
gas wasn't so bad, I would have bought some today.
Have you guys bought a Misfit? Remember that project, the Misfits?
Oh.
That was the
yeah.
biggest mess up I've seen. It happened so fast. It was horrible.
Oh, they had the tape on the girl's mouth.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys,
Yeah.
guys, buy them. Buy them.
I still
It's
have
absolutely
them.
not financial advice. I guarantee you they're going to go up at some point.
I don't know.
But it was just like,
They're
I was like,
canceled.
how do you guys be so dumb? Like, it's just like, it was the obvious mistake. I was like, how did that happen? I forgave them and everything, but still, that was just like, first, like, they had Snoop Dogg posting them. Everything looked good. And then that happened.
They got flooded quick, man, by the Me Too movement or
Yeah.
whoever attacked that, man. They just got crushed immediately. I still have them. I can't get rid of them. Yeah, they're stuck in my wallet along. But I will say this: I had a few of these cart lads. Like these were the dumbest NFTs ever. I don't even remember what it was. Jason got me to buy. He was like, check these out, and me and him, we both bought them. We both had bags of them, and last week, somehow they got a partnership with Cool Cats, and now they went up to like 0.4 or maybe even higher. Like, what the heck happened? How did that company even talk to Cool Cats? Like, they're not even in the same arena of NFTs. And I don't even know how they got in touch with the blue chip NFT, but they did, and their stuff shot up. How dare you, sir? All right, so let the viewers tell us. What's the better project out there? Is it Cart Lads or is it Blobs?
Blobs.
Blobs messed
What's
up,
a Cart
man. They were
Lad?
so early. They could have really busted open, and they just kind of like let it fizzle.
There's only 500 and they're really cute. I don't know.
What's that?
Blobs, right?
Yeah, blobs are great.
Yeah.
They messed
I
up
don't
with
like
the
them.
waves. They kind of releasing
Yeah,
them
they
in
let
waves
all
is
the
not a
momentum
good
go
idea.
away. And
Yeah.
by the time they got to the last wave, they had too many other projects coming in, just stealing all the people's attention. It was just they waited too long. Like they should have did that a lot quicker. But I don't. They were before Gutter Cats. They were before pretty much everybody, aside from They may have even been before apes, were they? Or they were just after?
I think they were just after, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
after.
And apes took how long to sell out? It wasn't immediate.
No, it wasn't. They just
About a
happened
week.
to. Yeah, it was about a
Yeah.
week.
And that was 8,800 of them. So yeah, I mean that was
But
like
then-
basically our first like generative random art thing that came out for us. I mean, I don't even, when I talk about that, I never talk about punks because that was way before us and they were all free and yeah, they're older. I mean, we weren't here yet. So apes is our crypto punk.
I'm just salty I don't have a punk, but you're right. They were before us.
Yeah, I mean, they were free too. I mean,
That's
back
awesome.
then it was, and gas was probably like 5 cents back then or something. Who knows what it was? Like,
And,
it was really
you know,
cheap. That's all I know.
And I'm just happy I wasn't the guy who minted it for free and sold. I'm just happy that wasn't me. Like that.
Did you sell a punk? Did you sell a punk for $1?
No, I did not. I'm just happy I wasn't one of those guys. That would hurt.
or one of the guys that guys or ladies that have punks that are in wallets will they'll never be able to access because they're just lost.
God.
Do you know how many? There's a lot of them. Does anybody here know how many there are? There's quite a few of them. Oh, somebody was talking about it. It's over 100. Like, it's a lot of punks that'll never be retrieved. I think there's some apes locked in wallets too that will never be retrieved, and that's why these dogs and mutants just get burned because the wallets nobody can get into them.
Hey, sorry, I gotta head out, you guys, but thank you so much for having me on the stream again. I really appreciate it. It was really fun.
Oh, yeah.
I learned a lot.
It was great to have you for sure. Yeah, and we're very excited about the Boss Bears. Tell us again when they're dropping.
October
Or-
14th at 4 p.m. Eastern.
I'll put that on my calendar right now, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and we'll have the mint price 48 hours before mint so we can see what Solana's doing. It's been all over the place.
What's a general ballpark of what these projects meant for?
So if you go on like a site called howrare.is, that kind of shows, it's kind of like the rarity tools of Solana, but it also shows a bunch of upcoming drops and their prices. So you can kind of see like there are ones that go for cheap as like 0.5, and then there are ones that go for like 5. So I think it's going to be right in that, like, you know how Ethereum drops are like 0.08 Ethereum. It'll be pretty much equivalent to what that is, the normal Ethereum drop, which could be 2 Sol, it could be 1.5, it could be less than that, in that ballpark somewhere. So.
All right, so I have 5 in my account, so I'm good enough to get at least one. I'm going to put more in.
Oh yeah, you can get a couple with that. Yeah, for sure.
I did as an experiment. I never want to just throw a bunch of money into a wallet because I've been burned by just using the wrong currency. You know, I always do a test run first now because I've heard horror stories and I've lost some, but not as much as like other people. I believe Chicken, I think it was him. He like sent WETH to Coinbase and they don't have WETH. So yeah.
Yikes. He's just a
thanks
chicken.
Yeah, that's what someone just said again.
Thanks again.
Well, thanks for coming on. Yeah, for sure. And you're always welcome to come back.
All right. Thanks. Have a good night, guys.
You
Thanks.
too.
Nice meeting you.
Good night.
All right. What's next? I know you guys want to talk about. I want to talk about just real quick. Cause I don't know how long Zeneca is going to last with us, but I want to talk about these crypto mutts because you actually have you have more knowledge about this than most people, and you're a big art guy. So I like to get your opinion on these. Like they scare me. Some of them just scare the hell out of me. Like they're really like, whoa, what the heck happened to that one? But I'll share a picture with what these things are. Like they're just weird. Some of them are weird. Some are cool, but
yeah, the art style is very confronting or unorthodox or weird is a good word. It's very out there. But I think it's sort of like the style of the artist, Kenny Schachter. I don't exactly know how to pronounce his surname, but he's a character. He's an established artist. He's done a lot of great work. He's had things in Sotheby's and Christie's, and he's educated in art and advises on books and just gives talks. And he's just very well respected and known in the art world. And this is his avatar project, and he's like all in and super dedicated to making sure that it's a success and that he brings value and finds ways to reward holders. And he's doing it. But yeah, as you can see, the art style is very it's not traditional for what we see in most of these Avatar projects. That's kind of why I like it, because it is so different.
Oh wow, it's called what? It's called Mutts. How you spell it?
Crypto Mutts,
Yeah.
MUTTS.
Is it out yet, or is it like?
It dropped a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the floor is at
it's not pumping
0.18.
too much. 0.18. Okay, that's not as bad.
Yeah.
I've seen worse floors.
Yeah, it's not crazy. So the mid price was 0.03, and they sort of just tanked for like a week where they were like 0.01, 0.02, and then over the last week they've sort of recovered nicely, as Kenny's he's just always posting these crazy announcements about how hard he's working, and he shows these updates, and like he's taking meetings with super sort of like influential people or people that have good connections in the NFT space, and like he's got his own token coming out. They're all the rage these days. And yeah, I just think I really like the project.
What is that? Like, come on, I don't even know what that is. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Man. Whatever.
I mean, I always say like art is one of the least important things when you're investing in a project. Unless you want to hang it on your wall or use it as your own avatar. If you're looking at it as like a financial investment, you want to make money off it, I would say look past the art, because it's subjective and there's so many other things that are important.
And words make a lot of money too.
Yeah, that's how I learned the hard with CyberCons. After the art was like, I was like, whatever. That's like,
yeah, I mean,
I was
all these pixel things going crazy.
Yeah, like those pixels. Like, have you guys heard of this wrestling pixel game called Luchadors?
Yeah, I have some. Are they doing well?
No.
They're not doing as well, but they did better than when they were sold. They're still, if you bought at mint price, you're doing very well.
Nice.
Yeah, but like they're starting to actually get some traction. Like this, the community is growing now. Before it was like it was just a very small.
Wait, I'm sorry.
group.
If you're saying that, then when they went up since I looked, maybe I need to look. I don't think I've looked at them in a while. Then
it was
a
like
whole bunch of sales for like 2 ETH.
Yeah, it was like a 0.1 ETH. I think it went down to like 0.07 or something now.
Yeah, it's 0.07 now, but
let's see what the Boneheads floor is.
Oh, we're talking about a different project. Sorry, I was talking about Lucha Libre and Knockout.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those are hidden in my folder too.
I'm like, dude, that project is not doing. No, don't show that one.
Not that one. I'm talking about it's a pixel project. It's called Luchadores.
Okay.
LUCHADOR. Yes, it's like this pixel wrestlers, and they have a game, they have a token that they're planning on creating for the community. So, but they're also not verified too. They have like 500 ETH in transactions. They're not verified. Weird.
Nobody's verified right now. Nobody. Yeah. Qubits, my poor Qubits. But it's important because
right now it's crazy.
Look,
no,
these
you guys
teams,
are right.
These teams are basically like they have a certain lifespan, and they have to hit things. And part of the marketing is that, hey, we're gonna sell out and we're gonna hit the volume required and we're gonna get verified. And what's happening right now is that because literally no one works at OpenSea and nobody's getting fucking verified, what's happening is these floors are tanking because people think that there's something sketchy going on. What they don't realize is that there are no employees left in the building.
Yep.
Where'd they go, man? They like all on vacation?
Even Nifty League DJs aren't verified. They've had 2,000 ETH in volume. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. You guys are correct. Ape DAO is not verified, and neither is Crypto Chicks. That's nuts. Oh man, they need to verify the goblins. What the heck? He just sold out those not too long ago too.
When you actually stop, and the amount of people I've talked to over the last couple weeks, just being involved in projects that I'm investing in and talking to the founders, it's everywhere. Every single one of them is saying, like, we haven't been verified for 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week. It's a problem.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like the connections too, because I feel like some of those get verified faster than others. I've seen the even though Space Boys are verified, right? Those just came out last week.
Really?
So it looks like the connections that they have to OpenSea kind of gets verified faster from.
And they're telling them that they're in a queue. So when they go and they put themselves in the queue, all they say is you're in a queue, and they communicate nothing with you. And and nobody's getting verified except for a few projects, right?
Yep.
That sucks, man. Yeah. What's her name said that they were verified the first night. Who said it earlier? I think it was the totem pole guys. Monster Blocks. Is that who said it earlier? But that was a while ago, wasn't it? Monster Blocks came out like a few weeks ago, didn't they? Yeah, right here.
Monster Blocks was right before I think things got bad.
Well, I know
verification.
the dogs and the pigeons got verified like a couple hours later or something like that after they dropped. So
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that probably helped because they're attached to better cats.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I'm just saying in general. That's what I'm saying. There's probably some type of
But I'm telling you,
certain projects have.
if you stop, analyze what's happened in the last month. This is what happened. Nate walked away, was pretty much founder and running the show, the only face of the company, the only person talking to anybody at all.
He was that high up? Dang.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I didn't know.
He was everywhere.
Dude, there was no OpenSea without Nate. He's the only person that responded and supported people through Twitter, which is a really weird way to set something up. But whatever, when you're $1.5 billion organization, you can't hire like offshore resources to do customer support. Like, come on, something's wrong there. But anyway, so he walks away. My theory is he walked away. So did the rest of the company. They got pissed. They probably all said, well, if Nate's leaving, we're all leaving. Because this is probably some investor board that made the decision, not the people on the ground. So I bet you the people on the ground basically abandoned OpenSea, and now we're dealing with very short-staffed company that is lost, to be honest.
Yeah, almost like people are like, hey Nate, we're all right if you come back now. Like even if you want to see the front page or whatever, they're almost at that point now because the customer service is so bad.
Well, Nate might have left and took a lot of people with him, and he might be starting his own company with those people. I mean, who knows? Maybe
he
he's like
today.
The guy.
He tweeted today.
Maybe he's like the guy, like, who's coming with me? Jerry Maguire. I mean, what happened? What did he tweet?
I can't remember something about some project, but I was like, whoa, this dude just tweeted.
He is.
I don't know. I don't know if you saw, but the people from the Turtle DAO, the DAO Turtles, DM'd him, and he actually responded to them on Twitter.
What?
He's like basically, I don't work there anymore, guys. I can't help you.
I didn't know that happened.
What does the Turtles want to do? Because someone up here wrote something about that OpenSea rugdom. What does that mean?
They disabled trading on OpenSea because I guess they're not going into specifics, but they said they violated terms. Yeah, the traits they have 2 Fidenza traits, and then they have a punk trait. So that's gonna have to get fixed probably before they get.
So with the Turtles,
man, that sucks. I sold mine at least.
What happened is they disabled trading, so you can still see your assets. Not like Funks where they actually took it out of your not out of your wallet, but they told you this collection's been, you can't see this collection in your wallet, right? Yeah. With Turtles, you can still see your Turtles, but there's no buy now buttons. They disappeared. So everybody's trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And so for some reason they disabled trading, but that's it. They haven't removed the collection. The collection's still there. And
I'm looking at it.
The theory is one of the theories. This is Shocker Man Dan's theory. Is that why is it again that why did you say that it's happening? Well, I just lost my train of thought, but I know you guys know.
Oh, he thinks that the turtle guys did it on purpose to.
Oh no, he thinks. Sorry, it's the punk trait. So some of the Anfidenza traits, right? Like you were saying, Ben. And that could be part of it. But then somebody else actually made a good point that it could be the DAO, but I don't really know. I mean, CyberKongs has a DAO, but there might be something they're going to claim about the DAO not being part of their terms and conditions.
Well, how'd they get customer service to react so fast to take it down?
Yeah,
bro.
Right? Especially when
it's punks.
Especially when they're not verified or anything like that,
Or Dapper Labs, they're quick on that crap. They're probably like this with OpenSea, man.
Jail Turtles minting. Is that really happening right now, guys?
Jail Turtles, maybe.
They said that was dropping tonight.
Really? So should I go sell my turtles on Rarible then? I mean,
I think if they ever come back, the price is going to be insane. It's just going to the hype that has been built just through Discord and Twitter, everybody talking about it today. Everybody's going to be on the turtles if they get put back on
Wait,
OpenSea.
jail turtles. Oh, how do I get a
You
jail
get a free
turtle?
copy of your turtle bun in jail.
Yeah.
Really?
Dude, these guys pivoted, created a new site in hours, had a new idea. They're like, this is what we're doing. They pivoted quick. I think these guys are really young. I mean, there's one they tweet a picture of a young guy. I don't really know if it's him or not.
Might be
Doesn't matter.
like Andy Milanakis or something too, right?
The point being is they're smart. Actually, I can see. I'm liking what they're doing. Like they're reacting to situations and they
It says
build.
we can claim now. You can claim them right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go claim them.
Wait, it's called what again? You put the notes.
It's DAOturtles.com. Oh no, free.daoturtles.com. Here, I'll type it in.
There's been 3 sales already for 0.15.
What?
Gas is dumb, someone wrote.
Yeah.
Why isn't it letting me copy it here?
So who's got turtles in here?
I have 2.
I got like 10 or I don't know, 12
I
maybe.
have no turtles.
Yeah, I have about 50.
I need some damn turtles.
Well, I had a lot. I had like 15. No, I had 5 and I bought new ones. But I traded a turtle last night for, I was telling you earlier,
All
for
right, for a donut.
a donut.
Jeez, Pete. 4 ETH for gas.
I traded for a donut. And what's his name? Tyler, NFT Anonymous. He talked me into buying a shoe. Crypto dunks. You ever hear these crypto dunks? I don't know, man. It has a Nike shoe. Like that's probably gonna get yanked too, man. Come on. Yeah, I got a shoe, dude. I don't know. Here, I'll show you it. You want to see the shoe? I don't know what to do with it. He told me, he's like, dude, you have to buy this because there's not many gonna be made, and the floor on these are 0.5. And this one was like 0.12. He's like, I don't know, man. He talked me into it, whatever.
Maybe it's just a hook. Maybe it's a hook and not a Nike swoosh.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's different enough.
Is it? It looks just like a Nike.
It's like that Vanilla Ice thing, with Ice Ice Baby. No,
So
my
you
beat
guys
went
get-
like this. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, yeah. So you have to put your turtle number in. Are you guys doing it too, or am I only?
I tried, but it was like 4 ETH.
4
gas. So
Gas?
I was like,
Gas is
I'll
gas
pass.
is stupid right now.
Wait, I don't see anything.
You can
So
claim, like, you have time, right?
It's not free, or it's like you have to.
It's free if you own one.
Oh, I don't have one, so I don't know.
No, but Ben, it shouldn't have been 4 ETH, man. Gas is at 120.
Oh, gas is only 129 for
Yeah,
me.
it's not.
Oh,
It
let
wouldn't
me
have been that bad.
reconnect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm.
All right,
Now
cool.
you,
claiming-
there were
The
times today where
map,
gas
okay.
was brutal, so you might have got
Yeah.
it at the wrong time.
So
Yeah,
let me
that
ask
was
you guys
around
a
the time.
question. Oh,
Go
I
ahead,
guess
go
this is a question for Zeneca, since and Pop, whoever all of you guys do this. How's the whole art blocks working now? Did they switch it up again?
It's
Or is
still
it-
Dutch auctions.
Is it okay?
Yeah,
I
they
heard,
just started higher, but they haven't been selling out lately, I don't think. Or at least the
So-
factory hasn't.
Factory
Zeneca,
project-
how was the last few drops? Because I had my eye on them and then I didn't buy them.
Isn't there some
Did
still
they sell
sitting out there ready to mint?
Yeah, I think there might still be a couple that haven't sold out. The one that dropped today sold out. I missed it. It was some what were they? Sea dragons or something. They look really cool. I wish I was in on it, but I think there's like 3 or 4 that are open to mint now, which is I think it's a good thing. It's sort of like if you go back 3 months ago when art blocks just before it went crazy, there were like 20, 25 projects open. You could just go to the website, have a look at them all, decide what you want to mint an art block.
Oh, so this is something that they're not new to, right? That they've had
No.
this before. Okay.
They've definitely had this before.
I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was only after like prices started getting crazy that all these people started FOMOing in, minting everything, and then any new drop just instantly minted out. But then as people realized they couldn't just instantly flip it on the secondary, you just got a lot less speculators, a lot less people just buying just for the money. And
Yeah.
now there's just projects that aren't selling out, which is, they will sell out eventually, I'm sure, and we'll get another bull market. But it's nice to have this sort of calm period in art blocks at least.
Yeah, that's why that was my next question too. Is then I was going to ask if the last few did not sell out because I've been hearing that too. I've never been priced into art blocks, so I don't even try to go to those drops.
I mean, they sell as low as like 0.25, right? I mean, some of these ones that are sitting here when they go to the bottom, that's probably the number they're at. That I mean, I'm sure you could swing that.
I just couldn't. No, I personally did. I didn't want to pay the gas. Or people were paying like, I don't even know how much gas. They're paying like 600, 600 whatever you call
Yeah,
it.
because what'll happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
When those
if
gas
it goes
was,
from
yeah.
like 0.75, right, to 0.5, like you're gonna pay up in gas, but you might only pay 0.15 in gas, right? So then you just saved yourself a 0.1 by
All right,
paying
well,
way up in gas at that point.
0.1's fine, but I was hearing people were paying like 0.5 for gas on
Oh,
some
okay.
of them.
That was back before Dutch auctions, basically.
Before the Dutch, yes, before the Dutch auction. But I thought that like with the Dutch auctions that people were just buying it on too high of a level, like above an ETH too. But that's
For
not
the
true.
curated drops, yes, and for
curated.
some of the playground drops, yeah. Like we had Meridian drop in the playground last week, and it sold at 6 ETH, which was the highest of any Upblocks drop. And there was a gas war at 6, so that was a bit ridiculous. But usually, like playground will drop to like under 1 ETH, and curated will go for like maybe 2.5 to 4 these days. But factory you can get for like 0.25, 0.15 even.
All right, that's not too bad. Yeah, I could do that. Here, I have to show you guys. I got my. It's the exact same thing, but just like they just put bars around it. Look at this. Come on, dude. That's funny as shit. Oh yeah. So yeah, they just put the bars around it. Like, all right, there we go. Oh, you guys know who this guy is? Dex. Look at what he made me, man. This is pretty sweet. I'm the first one to get a lion derivative from this dude. I keep trying
That's
to click
cool.
the wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very cool.
I like that.
Yeah, it's from DEXXAD. He's done a ton of these for apes. Like he's like the number one derivative dude for the apes. And I saw him posting some stuff like, dude, you want to do one for the lions? He's like, I haven't done one, but let's go. So maybe he's gonna have a whole new stream of revenue now from the lion community. I don't know.
Get his name out there. So one question I had though is with what was it, the Subducks, right? They had a Bored Ape. So since the artist had a Bored Ape, right, he could draw the Bored Ape cap on the Subducks. So if those guys from the Dow Turtle owned a Fidenza, wouldn't they have the IP to use that at that point, or no?
No, for art blocks, each project has its own license, and generally the license for art blocks is not like full commercial rights with apes. It's something a little like, sort of like Creative Commons fair use, so like you could use it, but not for commercial purposes, for example.
Oh, okay.
You can't use their logo, that's for sure. You can't put that on there.
Well, no, you can't use the.
Well, I knew that, but whatever you had, like whatever your art is, you can use that.
Most art block stuff is not like
because it's from the artist.
Yeah. So some of them are. I think squiggles you can use for some commercial use, maybe, but generally you can't. But often you just ask the artist, and a lot of the times they're like happy for you to use it and make
put
money
it out there for them. Yeah.
Wait, about the Bored Ape still, because I read something about they allow you to use if it's yours, if you own that NFT or something.
Right.
Like that.
Yeah.
If the person agrees, then that's when you can use it.
Well, I got another story about this real quick. Ghost Pain Gang, the dude that has all that stuff. The one that Dingling has that you see on all the maps of all the worlds on Sandbox and everything, like the Dingling. I asked Ghost and Dingling if I could use that in the ruse, and I have one that's an ambassador. And basically, I don't know if he really Dingling has full rights to that, but Ghost asked me not to do it in mass production, which I was never going to do anyway. So I mean, if you do something, I would at least go back to the creator and ask them before you even mess around anyway, because why even piss that person off? I mean, it would be way better to get that person on board, because then they can help promote it. I mean, that'd be the way I'd go at it. But here's another little wrinkle too, because Cole started his own DAO. It's called Cole DAO or Cole DAO, and he has there's a bunch of stuff in there. I believe there's an ape in there and other things. And he told us, hey, anybody that owns one shard of this, you guys can use my ape for anything you want. So that's pretty cool. And that's something too. Like, so if you do have a shard, you might want to check with the DAO rights and see if you can use all their stuff anyway. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that all works though, because then you get into a lot of IP, and that's not my area. So I don't. You guys know anything else about that? Or I mean, we've been talking about it, but who knows? It's all a murky area still.
Oh yeah, hey, guys. There's something that I noticed a few days ago, right? So there's this project. So basically, you could connect if you don't have a CyberCon NFT, right? You know, the original Genesis CyberCons. There's actually a wrapped CyberCon. And you can own a percentage of that CyberCon and earn the banana tokens just by earning the wrap.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
how did they do that? Like basically, they wrap the CyberCon, the Genesis CyberCon, and you can have like 10% of that, but you still earn 10%. Like you earn some bananas in return. So we're seeing ownership on top of these NFTs with staking on top of staking on top of. It's getting interesting.
Cordy, I got a question for you. How long ago did you get into crypto?
Since 2017.
Okay, and then when did you get into Solana?
I got Solana like earlier this year.
Like, cause I feel like I like meeting you because I feel like you're a step ahead of me in certain ways. Like I see everything you're talking about, I'm just starting to see now, and you've been there. You were into Top Shot earlier than me, and into Solana earlier than me. So, like, is that where you're headed to right now? Is that where you see you focusing your attention on the Solana space?
Yeah. So right now I'm building my own NFT project, and I will create it on Solana because you know at the end of the day, even though you know Ethereum is the best, they're all gonna connect in all types of ways. So it doesn't matter. It's not gonna be an opportunity cost being on Solana because there's already a platform. I think it's called Whiplash. I can't remember the name of it, but no, it's called Wormhole. It's this platform that allows you to transfer your Solana NFTs to Ethereum. So that already exists.
Wait, what's it called? I want to know more about that. Wormhole?
It's called Wormhole. Let me check the site right now to see it. 1 second. I had it in my notes.
Like, let me ask you this real quick since you're talking about transferring and stuff. Have you heard, do you know anything about Hen? The artwork on Hen?
No. Wait. I've heard about the hand, like the handshake. I've heard about handshake. Is that it?
It's HINC.
Oh, Hen. Oh, from Tezos. Yes. I've
Yes.
heard about it.
When are they moving? Have you heard any news about when that transfer is happening? Because they're supposed to transfer to or convert over to ETH too.
I'm not. I've been following up on that end, but like they're doing pretty good themselves. But I feel like they all need to integrate with ETH anyway. But
I agree.
It's not gonna go away, but they're gonna be bridges. So like right now in Hand, they focus on like they have something with like music. So they're gonna have a lot of stuff with the music on Tezos, and then you also have Definity, the blockchain from ICP, and so it's called Internet Computer. They're in a week or so they're gonna have a bridge. The first they're gonna have a token called like these icy frogs, right? And they're gonna be in Ethereum, and they're gonna be the first NFTs to bridge from Definity to Ethereum and back and forth.
Oh wow! Here's something. Yeah. I've been doing a couple of those Twitter spaces, and I ran into some guys, and they have a web page called Umbria. Have you heard of that?
Umbria? No. What is it about?
It's basically they create like it's kind of like a Uniswap, the bridge back between Polygon and ETH right now, like that versus having to wait a half hour or whatever it is. They're basically, they're basically giving you right now. It's just crypto, I believe, but they're looking into getting into NFTs as well, where they're basically going to give you, like, I guess it'd be like loaning it to you till it gets back to the other side, then they take it back and burn or something like that. But that's pretty interesting too. Like once they get into NFTs, because we need to do this. Like it has to build a bridge between everything. Like. And Wax too, like Wax is just that whole dead community because it's on that crappy user. It's just so bad. Everything about that just horrible, man. Like
There
funny
are
that
wax maxis, by the way.
no, I actually have people in my community that actually like wax. Like somebody in my
I know people too.
But it's like I still haven't, I don't like the project on there yet. They haven't, gotten my attention. There's projects there's blockchains like Flow blockchain. That's amazing right there.
Yeah, but they have Tops. Tops is on it.
Yeah, Tops. They have some good projects, and they also have Art Planet. They have this. They have these things happening for them.
And Vivi has like so many awesome names they're collecting, but that's all like just shut out. And it's like how Top Shot used to be, where you can't even pull your money out.
My problem with Flow, to be honest, as a blockchain, is that I feel like they're taking the route of like very safe investment, like collectibles market. They're going after a market that I'm not that interested in, to be honest.
The NFL?
No. Like if you look at the types of projects that are coming out there, they're like they're well established, they're big brands, they're gonna be on the lower risk. So they're not gonna want to introduce a 10K PFP into their blockchain because it's not gonna look right, because that's where Top Shot and NFL and Dr. Seuss are on. They don't want to get into that space. Yeah,
they're a corporate space, and they're not even looking to sell the stuff. They're kind of just looking for investors, it seems. But that's just what I feel. Wait, Tops actually moved to Avalanche now, away from Wax. Ooh, when did that happen?
What is Avalanche?
What's Avalanche?
No idea. I know Tops had a drop earlier this week. I don't know if anybody
someone cooking
is
over
aware
there?
of that or
Jeremiah, what's going on, man? What's going on, Jeremiah? Wait, you guys hear me? Is my mic messed up?
No, we hear you. I'm gonna look up this Avalanche.
I was thinking of the comments. That's why, because Jeremiah was commenting underneath, so I was telling him what's going on.
What is Avalanche? Like, what is this?
That's the AVAX chain, right?
I don't know yet.
I think that's there's a bunch of chains now. There's Phantom, AVAX, Algorand, I think, Sol, of course. Yeah, there's probably
just
NFTs
like that.
in all of them.
I can't even find this Avalanche.
It feels like in general they're going to struggle after losing their sponsorship, though. Tops.
Who's going to struggle?
Tops, right?
Yeah. I feel like
I mean, after losing the sponsorship, I think it ends in 2025. So I know they got a few years, but there's already other NFT players in the market. Obviously, Dapper coming with the NFL and what's Candy Digital? They have a bunch of stuff out too. So
yeah,
I heard
Candy just partnered with Gary Vee today to drop their
the cards,
Wait, who Flow? Wait, are they working with Gary Vee? I didn't hear that last part.
Yeah,
Candy's working with Gary. Yeah.
Okay, Candy. Okay.
Candy has someone else that came out this week too that was big. I got an email on it. I thought it was Tops, but it's not. It's Avalanche. Someone else big just signed with Candy too. It could have been Gary Vee, but I don't think it was. It was somebody.
I know they had Cowboys. They had Dan Marino.
Yeah, maybe it was.
They've had a few NFTs already. Yeah.
So what? Tops is going to lose to who? Panini's going to get it? You think?
No, Panini lost their basketball one to
what?
Yeah.
To who?
To Fanatics, and Fanatics owns Candy Digital. And then Tops lost their baseball to Fanatics, which owns Candy Digital as well.
Wait,
so both of those
people, is that the Fatheads?
Yeah, they do that. Yep.
Is that them?
I'm pretty sure. They own all of that. Like they.
But that's what they first started off with,
the
right?
Sports.
Doesn't Dan Gilbert own that company too?
Does he?
I thought he owned the Fatheads.
That dude, he owns everything, man. He owns the sneakerhead thing, the headquarters where they store all the sneakers.
He owns StockX too.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. StockX. Oh. My brother does security for him. He's like a manager there, and down in Detroit. So he could always get some free shoes, but he's not doing that. He's going to school and crap. So that's like his job while he's in school. But yeah, he said there's like millions of shoes in his warehouse down there, man. He said people tried to rob him. They had someone bust in there one day with like an armored truck or something, and they got away with a bunch of shoes, and they were able to find them by everybody's video cameras now, and they they found the guys like the next day. But I don't know where I'm going with this. I just know Dan Gilbert's rich as hell, man. That dude owns like half of Detroit now.
So what's next, guys? Is there anything coming up that
you
you
had
guys
something
know that looks good that we want to hear about?
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk about winter bears. No.
Oh yeah, I had some winter bears. I sold them at 0.9 ETH.
Those are
They dumped
way
now.
down.
They dumped
Yeah, they
now
went
because
down.
I saw that
Yeah.
it's too much pumping. I was
Those
like,
are looking
I bought
like
at
I'm gonna get
0.25.
in soon.
I bought at 0.25 for that
Right.
0.9. I want to come back in there though. It looks,
Yeah, I think
they have
that's
very-
one that it'll get another pump at some point.
Before
Chef the president will pump him.
I think we were going to
Before
talk about Mechaverse, though, right?
Wait, I want to talk about Zeneca's project too. Before I go, I'm going to bed here pretty soon. You guys can keep going all night, but I want to hear about Zeneca's project because I saw you on Twitter today talking about something. As I don't know, fill us in, man. Did you already just decide what it's going to be yet?
No, I'm still sort of spitballing ideas. It's sort of, I've wanted to have my own NFT project for a while, but I just haven't known what to do. And I didn't want to just, rush something out and blurt it out there. But so what I'm thinking of doing is sort of like a Patreon style membership token, but using NFTs, obviously, where so there's going to be two different levels. There's like the entry level or the basic membership, which will be probably like 0.03 or something. And it'll give you like private Discord access, early access to my newsletter. And, I'll give some like daily market updates and things like that. And probably future things down the line. I can like collab with projects and offer things, but I'll figure that part out later. And then like the premium one will be much more limited, maybe like 300, maybe less, much higher price point. And I'll offer like one-to-one, like phone calls or video calls to advise people, whether it's on their like NFT project they want to launch, because I get a lot of teams that want me to, look at their project and help them out. Or if it's just an individual that wants to talk about NFTs or to talk about their portfolio or whatever, it's just sort of basically selling my time. And and then I can reward them in other ways as well down the line. But that's sort of what I'm thinking. And yeah, I just put it out as a tweet to get some community feedback. And so far it's been pretty positive. I think a lot of people are into it. I'd be curious to hear what you guys think.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like in my opinion, having a membership type of NFT is definitely like slept on right now because I'm seeing what's happening with like with Maddie's MetaKey project. That's phenomenal. I love some of my favorite projects right now.
Yeah,
I love MetaKey, and I'm seeing what's happening with House of Kiba, with also with Benny's Meta Hero project. So yeah, I feel like just having a membership is a good way to start off. Even Loop is its own way, a type of membership type of NFT where it's like if you have that exact, those are like those exact words. You could, it's like a roadmap to everything. But
yeah, it's sort of like a community, and then I can build on it in the future.
Yeah. So you could just build on top of that. So
Yeah.
if you have a membership of NFT, you could have like other projects come to you and build on top of what you had and all that, and just tie it all together.
Zeneca, I think you've been in the space for 9 months, man. You learned an insane amount, and we have people coming on board last week, 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I have friends that are generations like apart, and I love it just based on when they hit me up and when they said, "All right, give me the damn link to the Discord." But
yeah,
so with that knowledge, right? Like I love that you kind of that there's so much you could teach others, and there's so much in this space for creators to lend their time. Like, dude, getting for these people, getting your time for an hour is going to be worth a lot of damn money, man.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I'm going to price it at yet, but I feel like just from sort of like away from the perspective of how I want to spend my time, I would much prefer to be helping other people, to be providing content, to be writing thoughts than like these days. I still spend half my day, even though I tell myself every week I'm not going to buy things, I'm just buying DAO turtles or, whatever NFT worlds, all these projects, because they pop up and I'm like, well, I could probably flip that. Let's just buy that and make some. It's so easy to just get caught up in that world. But I guess if I have some something else, like my own NFT project, really sink my teeth in and dedicate my time to, then I would feel a lot more focused and personally fulfilled, I guess.
Yeah, I think we need more people teaching people. Like,
Yeah.
you
The
know,
learning curve is really steep.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I make sure. That's why I did like earlier, like this year, right? I started my own chat, like Bitcoin vendors chat, and I was like, yeah, I don't care about like any money or any aspect of that. I was like, I'm gonna have this chat to show people how to get into NFTs.
Yeah.
And it was around that time too, like it came at a good time because the market crashed, like the cryptocurrency market crashed, like everything was down like 90%, but then NFTs were doing really well.
Yeah.
So the thing about that is like what I want to tell people is that the reason why I'm still in crypto because I didn't start with crypto with a lot of money, right? The reason why I survived 2018 to 2020 crypto was because I was in NFTs. That's the only reason why I had money left over. Because if you bought cryptos in 2018, you would know that it was a very horrible market. Like, everything was going down every single day.
Yeah.
Everything
Gordy, man,
was going down.
I feel like people that went through that, they're like one generation too, like one generation younger in a way. Like I do find that people that never went through that crypto bear market, then they have a different perspective on crypto and everything else and NFTs. But if you went through that, yeah, man, it's knowledge that you only gain by living it and living through it.
Yeah, because most cryptocurrencies, right, they're affected by Bitcoin. So every time Bitcoin goes down, they go down too. But what I noticed was that when Bitcoin was going down, these NFTs they weren't as affected, as much as these other cryptocurrencies. So it was like the ultimate hedge, against this volatile market. And I'm like, wow, this stuff has a mind of its own, and it's actually detached from the prices of cryptocurrency. That's what makes NFTs very special.
Yeah, they're really their own unique thing, and like it gets so many people into NFTs that have very little interest in crypto. But if they're into music or sports or comics or art or whatever, there'll be an NFT for you. Collectibles, games, freaking the gaming industry is huge. Like it's really what's gonna make crypto mainstream. It's already making it mainstream. NFTs.
Yeah, even just to be a part of a club, right? Because a lot of it's like a VIP ticket,
Yeah.
A lot of times.
Yeah,
and I'm enjoying
community.
And speculating between what you guys touched on a bit is this different cycles in the market, so they're not following each other. So that's if you're a trader, you can take advantage of that quite well actually, and have something else to trade and hedge your bets against that is now not correlated anymore. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Especially now, like I would tell you guys how like there's this platform called NFTFI, right? So you can take out loans with your NFTs.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but it's so useful.
It is dangerous. It's dangerous. I learned from it the hard way. I had to. This is what happened. So it was around like late July, right? And I took out a loan for $25K on my Beeple. I own a Beeple, right? So that loan was a month loan. That was my fault. I took it out from June 21st, and then it was gonna end around July 22nd, around that time, right? So it was a 30-day loan. But then little did I know the market was at its worst this year around July 20 something, July 19th. Everything was down around the same time. So I was wrecked. So and then I had to board 8. I had to sell that board 8 to pay back my loan to get my Beeple back. That's how it works on there.
Yeah.
So you have to use your NFT as collateral to get the cash, but you have to pay back what you owe to get your NFT.
Bro, there's a very, very dangerous thing about that, to be honest, about that. Is that the thing that's finally going to introduce regulation and get attention from anybody in government? Because it doesn't actually have to be where, like, none of us has figured out any of this stuff. Like, it's just speculation on what could be a problem and what might not be. But if anybody in kind of public figure turns around and goes, all right, that's it, we're focusing our attention on NFTs, everybody's getting hurt there, and we don't like what's going on, and we're there to save the people, and they're really there just to take the money. But those kinds of things, loans on NFTs, that might get some attention.
Pawn shopping it, yeah.
Well, one good thing that's got me, hopeful about that platform is that Roehampton Tapshot's invested in it, so he knows, he's, he cares about what goes on with the legal side of his project. So he's invested in that project. So I have some hope about what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, I have no worries about them. Sorry, as a team or anything. It just kind of draws this other attention.
It does though. It does. Because I'm like, yo, like how did this guy took like because I've taken like $8,000 in loan in total from that platform alone, and they're just like, wow, like you're able to do that with just your NFT and use that instead of like a house. You have your pictures that are there, and you take that out. It's insane. And
What happens if it
that's
drops drastically though?
what the
And you just
NFT?
walk
Or just
over.
Yeah, the NFT.
the NFT? No, that's just the collateral in general. So it's just locked in, and that's what you agree to like take
Well,
out.
no, what
So,
he's saying, like what he's saying is like, yeah, like let's say the NFT itself it just goes to hell. Then you're like, all right, you can just keep it now. I'm out, right?
oh my
Right.
God.
Yeah,
That
that's
could be
the
one
risk
thing
that
right
the
there.
lender is taking
That could be
on.
one bad thing when it
Yeah,
so the around that the way around that, right, is you're able to own,
you're breaking up.
so the loan has to be worth 40% or less than the value. So it can't be
Yeah.
like too much, near the value.
Oh, there's another site out there. There's another site out there where I can give somebody a loan, and then they have like they're a third party, and they just get a percentage where someone's like, I need this amount for this amount of time, and here's my collateral, and
Yeah, it's the same thing on that platform too. It's just both ways. It's peer to peer. But if you can do a third party, that's phenomenal. Well, but that site's actually peer to peer, so it's just like with an exact person. So that person.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was like, what if somebody just took all their blutes and then put it there when it was at 1.5, and now it's at 0.18, and they would just be screwed out of the money at that point, I guess.
You could always take all your money and put on fractionalized, or your NFTs and put them on fractionalized and get that money that way from people.
Yep,
but then you lose it.
The only problem with that is like it's like hard to get around the legal structure with that too. And is that
there's going to be legal stuff that comes down with a hammer. And we were talking about it last week on this show. We're pretty much, it's going to come down. If they want to make it a law, they could do it easily because they're just going to say something along the lines of NFT projects lead to money laundering / child trafficking. And they're going to name the bill like Stop Child Trafficking, and it's going to be all crypto or NFT regulation, and they're gonna phrase it that way so that nobody can say no to it. Like you can't be the senator. It's like, I'm not voting for that. Like, oh, you like these kids getting kidnapped, abducted, and I mean that's what's gonna happen. They do that all the time with bills. So I don't know. I think it's really good that there's a lot of it seems like there's a lot of big players in the crypto arena, including Musk and some other people they're going to bat for us. So that's good because it's not like we have our own special interest groups that I know of. Do you guys know of any that we can donate to, and they go to Congress and kind of wine and dine all their people?
Nope, it's the wild west when it comes to
it. Is.
Hey, Jeremiah asked a question there. Let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah. Here, answer his question right here.
I know. Okay, so like chickens, I'm bullish. Like I cannot tell you how bullish I am on them long term. And I'm obviously speculating on the fact that, which is a big if, guys. Like I'm not speculating on the fact that the chickens are going to be the next Zed run because we cannot predict that and we cannot answer that question. We're still very far away from that. But my theory is that all it takes is some videos of people playing the chickens for the price to go up. And then at that point, you have to assess what's the quality of the video? Does this game look like it's going to be good? And then we'll get early beta testing really soon. We're like maybe 2 weeks away from testing chickens in a race. And you'll get to assess yourself. And actually, in this space, information's power. And for those that are in the closed beta, going to race the chickens, and you'll know if the game is got a chance or not. And then you decide from there. You don't have to make any decisions now. And Dude, Zeneca, I've heard you talk about play to earn. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be massive, like massive. I think Zed is primed to take off. Chickens, like
Zed.
it seems like they're doing a lot of things right, and if they just execute as well as we all think that they will, they're going to be huge. I'm bullish on Chickens, I'm bullish on Zed, I'm bullish on Axie and Voxies and anything gaming NFT that seems like they can develop a game. Guild of Guardians, obviously. Yeah, I have all these things just because I really think over the next 12 months, gaming NFTs are where so much new money is going to come into the space. Like people that aren't already in the space but are into gaming, and they have, like, the gaming industry is 200 or 300 billion a year. So much of that's going to go to NFTs because they can have true ownership. Why wouldn't it? And like the gaming companies know this, they're going to move into NFTs, and the companies that have already been here and have been building for a year, 2 years, 3 years, like they just have such a big leg up that I really think that it's going to be the next big thing. Like we've had collectibles and art, and we're seeing gaming, and that's just going to be the next massive thing.
Yeah, and EA Sports has moved into NFTs, and they're partnering up with a lot of these projects now, and they're gonna start basically building the games on with their developers and everybody on their platform. You have Steam. They're involved in NFTs now too. There's quite a few of them. There's some big players coming into the arena that are going to change the game. But I just have one question. I'm gonna head out here after this question, guys. As I said, you guys can continue. I just need to sleep. I'm so tired today. I just had it. Why is Zed getting so much FUD today? Like it's just getting FUDed everywhere. Everybody, like someone was telling me that they've been screwing up Zed since March, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Give me specifics. And one of the things is what you're saying, and I heard this from somebody the other day that Zed's gonna get rid of paid races and go to free, and they're gonna become play to earn and all this. Like they're pissed. People are pissed.
No, I feel like that has to happen because I'm not into Zed anymore. I don't like the game because it's like I have to pay for things, like I have to gamble. There has to be a way around it where it's like I can earn and then use that money to gamble. You know, they have to create that. If they don't have that feature, then I don't think Zed can go anywhere, in my opinion.
Yeah, Zed. I mean, you can't be. You're gonna get regulated if you have real gambling, which they wanted to do. So maybe that's their way around that and to get out of that.
They have a gaming license though. They have a gaming license, so they could do all that.
Yeah, in Australia, not in the U.S.
Oh yeah, that can get complicated. That's always a U.S. problem.
Those gambling apes and things like that are going to do, similar things. So they're going to figure out a way around the stuff.
I have a theory on Zed that the only people having fun in Zed right now are the OG sort of stables that have many horses. We know the names, and I'm happy for them because they found something very early and went all in on it, and they're having fun. But it's a game of basically being at the top, and at the same time, it's a very laborious game. So laborious game. I don't necessarily think I'm gonna race 110 chickens and then 220, and then when I breed them, like it's a model that I think you have to adopt, like outsourcing, and have somebody in outsourcing basically run your chickens for you, and it can be a very profitable and successful model, but unfortunately only for the people at the top, because everybody else isn't really having fun. And almost everyone out of my close friends bought a horse. Not a single one is really racing anymore because it just takes a couple, and you bought a bad horse, and that's it. The game's over for you.
And it's like you can't even train the horse like in a way. It's like they just have to train your horse. I have to have them compete. Because there's this game I played like a few years ago. I had it posted on my Twitter. It's called Crypt Oink, and I love that game. I loved it. Crypt Oink, yeah, it's like a pig racing game. You guys haven't heard about it yet, but
I haven't. I had to check that out.
They're making a comeback like in a few months. So I actually interviewed the guy. So like CRYPT Oink. So like these guys were like one of the first Japanese games, one of the first blockchain Japanese games.
Oh really? Sweet.
Yeah. So the only thing that happened was like bad management, all that stuff. So that slowed them down. But I was talking to the guy. What he has planned is that he has something called Tonachi, basically, where these pigs they don't just race, right? You could have them using AR, and like they could feel the cold, and they could feel the heat and all that kind of stuff. So you see all these things happening, but there's gonna be a lot of OG projects that's gonna like come into the picture that you guys never heard of. Like, have you guys heard of Neon District? That project is insane. Actually, Gary Vee was talking about it recently. He just found out about that's what the Plasma Bears blew up because that was like an OG NFT game that was played. That was from the guys at Blockade Games at Neon District.
I'm trying to figure this out. And Cordy, before I go, you want to put your link in here for because you run a Twitch site show too, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that you stick it in there. Tong, you can too, and I'll post them both down here. Is there a way for me to give someone else the rights to take over this? So you guys can't end the broadcast, can you?
No, you would have to just turn off your screen and let the broadcast run.
But how do I end it? It's just gonna keep going till I wake up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Oh, internet?
No, at the end the broadcast. Like this can be like
saying, I guess they would be concerned if
you go back
like
tomorrow,
limited internet.
Edit it? Can I just edit it tomorrow and take out that part?
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't know how to work it, so. All right, well, I'm just gonna do that then, man. You guys can continue as long as you want. My kids been running me ragged, man. They have sports that come up, and they have a game like every single day of the week. It's just like, man, it's like every day they have cheerleading or volleyball, and then I have to drive them around. I have to work still. Like, I still work, man. It sucks. But
hey, do you want to give us a quick update on Rue before you go?
Yeah, the Rue crew. I haven't looked in a couple days, man. It kind of disappointed me. Like, it's hard to. I'm not a shiller, man. I'm just not a shiller.
I know.
Like,
don't give up, man. Keep pushing.
No, I'm
Keep
saying,
pushing, bro. I've seen so many teams hit this moment, and they just kept working, man, and they kept pushing through it.
Oh, I'm still pushing through it.
There's some great success stories.
I'm just saying, I'm not personally like a salesman. I'm more like a community builder type guy. So I'm continuing to do that. And yeah, I didn't really pay anybody. I've been doing some promotions and stuff to get the name out there more. And I'll put it in here if anybody's gonna check it out. And what's other stuff? I'm gonna have 2 poker tournaments this Sunday, and I give out free prizes. It's free poker tournaments. I give out the prizes. And what's it called? I'm gonna do 2 different ones. I'm gonna do one that's gonna be perfect timing for Australians, and I'm gonna do another one like 8 p.m. for Eastern people, and I'm gonna do another one just for Australian people. And I'll roll like that because there's a lot of Aussies in that whole group. And I'm still doing my DraftKings. And are you in it yet? Have you joined? You have Ruse. You have a couple. You need to join the DraftKings thing. I've had a different winner every week.
Oh, me? Sure.
Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, no, I don't usually do the draft thing, to be honest. I know a lot of people actually. It's funny, like NFT space come from draft fantasy stuff. Yeah. I've never ever gotten involved in that stuff.
Yeah, but I'll put I put them right there. Like
I'll
sure.
do it.
I'm gonna keep promoting them, man. And like I've been trying to build the community up. I have good mods now that are pumping it and they're talking, they're engaging, and I just need the artist to pump up stuff on his end too, because he has a huge Instagram following, but I don't know what he's doing on his end. I don't know. I don't know how many Instagram people really come over and buy NFTs either. So I mean, is it a lot? I don't know how that all works. I'm not on Instagram, so
I think we need to take it to them. I think there's an opportunity for creators.
Well, they've been trying to poach artists from Twitter. You didn't read? Oh, there was a whole big thing about it where they're basically poaching them and make them sign NDAs and all this stuff, and then offering them like peanuts. And their guys like, I'm not doing that. And they just come back and a couple of people broke their NDAs and just badmouthed them. They're like, screw that, because they all hate Facebook. So they're like, I'm not working for them.
I think there's an opportunity for someday in the future, like Instagram, to join up with NFTs in some way. And it just seems logical to me that crowd would understand what we're into, but we just need to go and teach them what it is that we're doing. And then it'll just onboard a whole new set of people that are not here right now.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
younger people.
Pudgy Penguins, they blew up on TikTok, right?
Yeah,
That's where
they-
it first started
yeah.
getting big. So
Yeah.
you can see how the other platforms would
I just
work.
don't think communities are built around Discord, like long lasting, right? Like, I think Discord is going to be inhibiting to that type of fan, like, or investor or whatever, like Instagram. They don't want to interact and engage the way that we have to over here, and basically quit our jobs to be full time DJs, or else you can't survive, kind of thing. Like they just, we need to take it to them to be more accessible to them in the future.
I actually don't like Discord because the thing is, I pretty much mute and shut off everything in all of them except for mentions of my name specifically. And then you get all these other idiots that just spam you, so you have to turn off that thing too, so that nobody can DM you from it. And it just sucks. And then if you're in too many of them, you're like, I have to get rid of some of these, and I just hate having to join a whole new Discord to get the info for a project. Like, why can't I just follow it on Twitter and get that information? I know Twitter doesn't have their little threads, but maybe that's something that Twitter needs to come out with, is threads within someone's thing, so that you don't. I just think Twitter should revamp their stuff a little bit better so that they can pretty much just kill off Discord. But who knows? I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, and I just wish they would. I wish
platforms
Discord
will
would
merge in the future. I don't know which ones with which ones yet.
Yeah,
there
I
will
agree.
be acquisitions will happen in the future, and we'll see.
All right. Well, with that, guys, I mean, I can only say so much about the ruse. I'm going to keep pumping them. I'm going to keep trying to sell these things and keep offering more incentives to everybody. And as I announced on Twitter, if this thing sells out, I'll give someone like a raffle of $30,000, like out of my own money. And I'm not making any profit off the ruse. Not even close. I just got over the hurdle where I paid back all the loans I took out to pay for all the upfront cost for promotions and everything, and doing the contract and the minting and the giveaways. So I'll never make money off the ruse, even if it does sell out, especially if I'm giving away 30,000. But it's not about me, it's about the artist. And I just want to, I think he's a great artist and he's a great friend. And hopefully he gets back into this, man. Hopefully this is his way of getting into the NFT world, because I mean, I think it's the best thing at all this is the best thing ever for artists, because they don't make any money on the outside usually. It's so hard to make a living. This gives them a way to reach a broader audience, I guess you would say, that are interested in actually paying for the art instead of on the outside, like nobody wants to pay for anything. It seems like I'm still in this. It's so weird. I'm still in the same boat right now where, like, if I go to a store, I'm like, ooh, that's $100. Screw that. But I spent like $200 on gas just now buying these turtles in jail. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just my way of thinking in real life versus this. But it's like fake to me. I know it's not. I know it's real money, but it seems like it's make believe still. So I just treat it differently, because I don't really take it out of the bank and I'm not putting more money in. It's like a whole separate thing now to me. But with that, thanks for coming on, guys. And hey, you're more than welcome to stay on. You guys can stay on to 5 a.m., man, and talk. I just have to hit the hay. And hey, you're all welcome to come back on anytime too. I love having everybody here on the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm gonna head off too. It's like 5 a.m. here, and I'm
what?
Wow.
That's great. You're in Germany, right?
Yeah, no, I'm in Germany. I normally sleep around 6, 7, so it's not crazy for me. This is my normal schedule, but I'm just I got some other stuff to do. So yeah,
well, it's nice to have you on the show again, Zeneca.
Yeah, it was a pleasure as always. Thank you for having me.
Later, Zeneca.
Bye, everyone.
All right,
see you guys. See you.
Guys.
I'll listen to the rest of this tomorrow and hear about your new endeavors of being a stay-at-home father / NFT guy or NFT day trader.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild.
No, I just thought we should at least just touch on the Mechaverse side of things, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
We can talk about
Did
it.
you guys all set up for the raffle today?
Yep. I think a lot of people. You mentioned it, like Poppy. You entered multiple times, right? I probably should have done the same thing.
No, I
but
didn't.
really think
No,
about it
I
at the
didn't
time.
enter multiple times.
Oh,
No,
I think somebody mentioned
what kind of annoyed me that I said on Twitter was like when I went to register on Twitter, it wanted settings access to my Twitter account, right?
Mhm.
Right.
And I found that interesting. So I think what I found the most interesting is that I knew that when I stopped and I'm like, hold on, I'm gonna read what the hell this is asking, that probably 90 something percent of the people didn't. And they just, they just by habit went boom, boom, and they just integrated a third party connector into their Twitter account. And what that means is that you basically have to trust the entity that is creating that API provider. And Twitter saying to you, well, you take on the responsibility because you have to trust them. But we're talking about Mechaverse. Like, dude, come on, man. Like, it could be 3 Russian men for all we know, right? Like, and it's not Mechaverse. Any project can be that in our space. So I found it a little bit sketchy, but that's fine. Like when you stop and you read through it, you're like, all right, this is probably harmless. But what bothers me is that it creates habits with people where they just double click, man. Like this is a thing. Like you get them into a habit, and the next thing is it's going to be a dangerous link that, call me crazy, but actually one of the things that concerns me the most is some influencer's Twitter account getting, let's imagine 50K, 100K influencer account gets hacked, which is only a password away, or you integrate the API provider and they somehow figure out your account access. And then they basically tweet out, hey guys, I'm giving a free NFT, connect to here and cash in your NFT. And it's a complete rug pull. And all you have to in order to achieve that, you just have to get through one person, and that's the person
Then it
that
kills
owns
that
Twitter
person's
account.
reputation too.
And now you're trusting something that you have no idea about to basically come in and look at that information. And now, man, I care more about like my user base and to screw them over someday because I made a dumb mistake. So that's my rant about what happened today.
Yeah, and I saw the things where it could see like the people you blocked on Twitter and all the friends and past tweets that you deleted and stuff like that, right? And
Yes.
it was kind of crazy. And I couldn't get the Discord one to work, so I end up having to use the Twitter one. But it's
I
not
created
like
I
I have an
account on the
influencer
fly.
account or anything like that.
I'm actually thinking I'm gonna get weeded out. I didn't think about this at first, but I created a new account on the fly. Well, actually, it's an account I created 2 months ago that I have done nothing with, that I was gonna start a new brand with, and I was like, all right, I'll use that account. And now I'm thinking, well, I'm probably gonna get not even gonna qualify for the raffle because they're gonna think I'm a bot.
Oh yeah,
right? So like, what the hell did I do that for?
Yeah. I don't know if they'll go that deep into it though, right? Because if you're only allowed 2, that means it would have to sort through 5,000 accounts in 24 hours. So I'm not sure that they go through those links, but I guess they'll have it for a while. So who knows? I know as soon as that raffle's done, I'm gonna do whatever I can just to disconnect it.
Right. But that goes, I mean, you mentioned like the habit of people just clicking on things, right? When they give sites permissions and stuff. That's like the source of the most recent scam going on OpenSea where people are listing their NFTs for one price and then canceling the listing, and then it reverts to the higher price, but OpenSea is so slow that it still shows the lower price when you go to buy, and then when you click on your MetaMask, it shows the correct price, but people buy so quickly they don't check, and people are like paying 1 or 2 ETH for an NFT that should be costing they think it's 0.1.
I see a ton
really
of like
unfortunate.
0.069 changed to
Yeah.
0.69. It's like
Yeah.
one of the numbers they like to mess with. And it's, dude, there's a lot of smart people in the space and a lot of smart people doing really bad things. And I don't think this place, and that is potentially what ends up bringing regulation, is I don't think this place has suffered from what would be equal to a ransomware in IT, where an entire industry gets ransomware. Like in NFT space, it could be an influencer gets hacked or everybody, let's say a project basically puts out a project with like Megaverse and says, all right, we're minting, and then everybody puts their wallets in. It's like the biggest rug pull in history, and they just clean out everybody's wallets. And why hasn't someone done this yet? Because I feel like we're right for it to happen, and it sucks.
Yeah, especially these, when these like random projects that pop up during the day, right? And somebody posts on Discord or wherever, this project's for free and it's minting off the contract, right? And everybody just goes and you connect your MetaMask to the contract and you give the contract permissions, and you just mint and you don't even look twice. We don't look twice. It's crazy. When you think about it.
So there's some best practices, guys. So like step one, everybody should have a burner wallet where they have their ETH and they don't have their NFTs. And that's the place where you're doing your minting. And unfortunately, that means you got to spend a little more gas to move things back and forth from time to time. And yes, it can be annoying, but it's probably the best strategy anyways to, and you try. So what you can do is you don't need to move your NFTs necessarily. So let's say you have one wallet where all your OG NFTs are. Then you create a new wallet and you throw some ETH in that wallet. And then you use that wallet to mint from time to time. And that wallet starts to grow a little bit to the point where you're like, all right, well, I'm definitely creating a third wallet now because I'm getting concerned about too much being in one wallet. And then you move your ETH. You don't move all your NFTs around. And you keep doing that. And you layer out. And always use the wallet that has the least amount of NFTs, basically, that is the least risk to anything happening to you. And if you do that, you're probably doing a lot better already than 99% of people and what they're doing.
Yeah, it feels like anything you could do to kind of curb that, massive loss that you could potentially have is going to be ideal, right? Because I mean, whether it's the ledgers or, like you just said with the different wallets, you just see it too often, right? And what I do is like even on my Discord, it's linked to a browser that doesn't have a MetaMask wallet, right? So if I were to click a link for whatever dumb reason, through the Discord or DM or something like that, it's going to go to.
Bro, that is a great tip for people, man. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah, so it's going to go to that other browser anyway. So then I have to copy that link out and put it in there. So that's just like one extra step where I'm like, okay, well, if I screwed up and did something wrong, at least I have a chance to kind of see it before I move it over. So
Benjamin right there. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that we've been learning over time, and we sort of learn it and compartmentalize it and just use it ourselves. But imagine how much more powerful the community could be if everybody's sharing that knowledge more openly, but more even teaching people like, hey, here's your 10-step freaking guide to onboarding yourself onto NFTs. How many of us would have loved to walk in and had that 10 videos literally walking you through? Do not buy an NFT until you do these 10 things.
Yeah.
It sounds like a YouTube series, Poppy, that you need to start.
Right. Masterclass.
I think we just came up with that. Yeah, I think we might do that.
But yeah, I think even when I was starting out with the NFTs, like there wasn't a community to turn to, right? I mean, at first, right? Because you're kind of just getting into it. So you're asking somebody that's already into it, and then they're basically giving you all the information, but they probably got a lot going on at the same time too. So that's a tough spot for people sometimes. And you know about the big influencers and everything once you're in NFTs, but before you're in them, the Twitter's probably like your Twitter's not even targeted the same. So
my advice to people is, as we did, you have to find a community you roll with. It's super, super important. Like, you do not play this game by yourself, because this game we're all playing is about having information first. And the more people that are out there doing research and bringing back that information to the group that you all belong to, then the further ahead you get. And man, information's money in this space. So find a crew that you roll with, and you'll be part of similar generation learning together and bring some more experienced people into your group that actually are ahead of the game to teach that group. That's how I think a lot of good communities have grown organically.
Yeah, definitely. Like the Kongs, for example. Like, the Kongs their price is so high because of the banana and that aspect. But another aspect people don't really talk about is like their community. Like the Wall Street Kongs Discord is insane.
Oh
Like
yeah, I didn't
the
know that.
information they share and the people that are in it. It seems like they're always first to projects before they pop.
Right.
It's they have a lot of influence in the NFT space, and that's really underrated when you're talking about like the Kongs and their community.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I think there's lots every day. There's new people coming in that need help.
Yeah,
I think, I don't know, at least me that I'm full time in the space, I can honestly say that I want to dedicate myself to making sure that all of these people that are coming into the space aren't making the same mistakes I made, that they're out there getting an edge with a quicker onboarding because somebody else has already suffered our pain. Like, why would they have to suffer that pain, right?
Yeah.
And you
yeah,
get them set up, and the space will be so much better for it if we have just a shit ton more people and everybody's having a good time and not getting rugged or, I mean, getting rugged is part of the game, whatever. Getting rugged is almost like a mandatory. That's one
yeah,
thing. But getting your wallet cleaned, that's another. That's something you never want to see
yeah,
anybody experience, right?
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, because at least you could take your losses with your wins, right? But if you get it all taken out at once, that's
Yeah, and there's
awful.
nothing like getting rugged with your friends. Like, it is the freaking best thing in the
Yeah,
world.
it's so fun. Getting rugs so fun, right? Especially when it's up front. Like, hey, this project is probably going to be a rug, but we're going to do it anyway. And
I found
uh,
out today that corporate trash had Pix puppies. I could not believe that.
I had Pix Puppies.
I knew you did. I knew that
Yeah,
about you already. I didn't, because you've broken my balls about that before. No, in a nice way, because I
yeah,
was the Pix puppy shiller.
right.
So I actually, funny enough, I feel responsible for all of those people that I was in it with, for that having died, because I really liked it when it came out. And it was some kid, 19-year-old kid, who had the kid's smart. Like, the kid's smart as hell. Um, the things he built really quickly, and he also had to pivot, by the way, because there was a disaster with gas the night that they minted. And anyways, it was a bad night for him. And he pivoted, create a whole new collection, create a new contract, because he had to create a new contract in order to end the mint. And people, and also at the time, bonding curves were like just dying. It was like the first project that bonding curve was really killed.
Mhm.
So it was all things gone bad, but they were the first ones that said, all right, we're going to pivot. We're going to make it no bonding curve after 1,000. And this is just some kid in his basement, literally. And I saw this and I'm like, man, this guy's doing a great job. All right, I'll invest in him. And then he disappears for 5 to 6 months now. He disappeared. And Shamdu tweets out basically, uh, don't buy this project. It's actually a legit rug, and everybody bought the project.
Yeah,
Like, they literally did the opposite of what he said do. So they bought the project. So the kid, the dorm guy who's been in his dorm for 2 years, that abandoned the not 2 years, 6 months, that abandoned the project, starts to see that he's getting traction on Pix Puppies and they're starting to sell. So he pops back on Discord. I'm like, dude, where have you been?
Right.
It's been 6 months. You're back? What the fuck? And they popped off. It's so weird, this space.
yeah. It's you never know. You never know like what's just gonna pop up. Like, who would have thought this whole week is just pixel art? Just pixel art's popular again. Who decides that? Like, who
Rug
decided that like
rugged and
pixel art is
pixels.
popular again? I
Rug
don't
pixels,
understand.
especially rug pixels.
Right. I don't know. You got to be. It's like all day, every day. You got to be tuned in,
You're saying
or
who
you miss
decides
out.
that? And the funny thing is, it's actually a very small number of people, which is crazy because it does not take that much um for the big influencers to sort of move a market the way they want. Both both actually publicly, shamelessly, but also privately with the people that they know privately and the founders that are working together. So it's all part of, you know what? It's part of growing businesses. Like, as long as they're not just dumping them after and that isn't their goal, then I think every project needs an investor, every project needs a marketer. Dude, I don't know, these are things that are legit businesses. Again, as long as the intentions are good, and I don't know that everybody has good intentions in the space.
Right.
Yeah, I saw Kalaiku there say that they're new to crypto and got scammed last week. Man, oh, damn it. I hate hearing that. That bothers me so much. I have less, I've definitely, there's been nights where, do you ever wake up in a little bit of a panic going, why do I feel like today is the day I'm going to click on my MetaMask and it's going to be cleaned out? Does that
Oh
happen to you
yeah,
guys?
I'm hella
Yeah.
paranoid
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah,
Especially
even
like,
even when I get logged out, like just
oh
randomly, because
yeah,
it'll
Right.
happen during the day when I'm active in it, and then all of a sudden I'll be logged out. Then I'll like click the little fox like 5 times to make sure that it's
Yeah.
actual, the right one coming up, and not some type of scam that's coming up.
It's scary, man. It's terrifying. Like,
Yeah,
we shouldn't have to. And the more that you accumulate, the more terrifying that it gets, and the more that it hits you. Like, man, this space is too early for us to be having this kind of anxiety, and we should be able to solve the problem. This
right.
again, we're still early. There's companies solving the security and the custodial. I think custody is the biggest problem with in terms of what we fear. Like, I know we all want to have custody of our own thing, but there might be a solution where you can put some things in a true vault where you feel truly comfortable by it, actually someday insured by it. Like, we're talking about building real life shit here, man. Like, we don't want to be this forever. This crypto like doesn't get taken seriously space forever. So
well, I think like there's so many projects that say, "Hey, game is on my roadmap. Game's on my roadmap." Once some of these projects actually like follow through with that, right? They're going to be so ahead of the curve that all of a sudden we're going to see a bunch of games that are released for projects that we've seen 6 months ago. So something like that will probably, I think that's probably going to grow the space tremendously if they're any good.
yeah, once they're accessible to the regular people on normal consoles, whatever the normies play on.
Well, yeah, even mobile apps alone, right,
Yeah.
should
Mhm.
build a lot of hype around it. I think there's a lot of PC gamers out there still too.
Bro, I think that these games that are being built that are card games that I think people are overlooking. And don't get me wrong, I actually think 99% of them probably will make it, but something will come out. Some game will actually ace the snackable content. I just want to play a game in the elevator for literally 2 minutes and I can actually make money while I'm playing the game. Whereas before I played those games, like we've all played those snackable games on iPhone, right? Like there was like a big
Yeah.
craze over them. And we probably put way more time than we ever should have because you never got paid for your time. And now to do that and get paid, I think that there is a space for that. I think there's something's going to do well there.
Yeah. Once play to earn becomes like a thing and it becomes mainstream, that's going to be gaming. That's going to be the gaming industry. That's how it's just going to be because right now people spend so much money. Like I game a lot and playing Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever, I just spend money on game assets without even thinking about it. You just click and whatever new comes out and you don't own that. Just think about when you own it. Like people are going to want it even more, and these big gaming companies are going to have to switch. Like they're going to have to switch to keep up. They're just going to have to, and that's just going to be the way games are. And I think it's great because people, um, in like lesser countries, third world countries, like this is changing their lives. Like with the Axie Infinity, the scholarship programs, people are just quitting their jobs and playing Axie every day for a living in these third world countries, and it's crazy. changing the world.
All of these industries that are starting to build, and there's constantly just a new industry popping up that you couldn't have imagined 6 months ago, even a year ago, like made possible by the technology. It's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
We probably don't even have the next big thing accessible to us. I actually feel is a very possible thing, that all of this is still leading up to someone creating something far beyond what we probably even thought was possible.
Yeah, I think so too. Because with like right now, you think about it, the NFTs that are coming out and utilizing the like blockchain technology, it's very basic, right? It's it's like profile pics and stuff like that. But NFTs can be basically anything and everything, whatever you can think of. And there's a lot of smart people in this space, and they're gonna come up with some brilliant stuff. Probably in the near future, not too far in ahead of time,
Especially with the developers. I mean, most of the time in the NFT space, you got their sole focus is on NFTs, and they're building that up. But some of the guys who, like you said, that design the video games or things beyond that, like I don't think we've seen that big corporate introduction company come in and do an NFT or do something to develop the NFT space even further than it already is.
The funny thing is, we haven't seen corporate really in any of the different sectors of NFT, like marketing and promotion and branding. That's one space where it was okay. Sure, Visa bought a punk, and that was good. That was bullish.
Here's
Don't get
an
me
Ice
wrong,
Tea.
that was good. And the Ice Tea company bought an ape. All right, but we haven't actually seen them FOMO in yet. Not even close. So, dude, the best is yet to come in this space.
Yeah, because to them, I mean, the money that they spend on it, right? It's more of a, hey, we're gonna put our toe in the water, and maybe they'll put the ape on the can of Arizona iced tea and things like that, just to see how it kind of flows out, see how that type of marketing works. But
right,
I think the best is yet to come still.
They're more investing in assets, right? And then rather than creating something. But what if it isn't about the corporations coming in that are already established? What if the NFT space builds like these billion-dollar corporations? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, it's got the money to do it with some of them. Yeah.
The meta heroes, right? They're raising ridiculous amounts of money with the Planet DAOs and stuff. I think it was like in the hundreds of millions if they sell out.
They're going to be for sure in competition with those companies and definitely surpass some of those companies and be very disruptive to a lot of different businesses. It can be music, art, it's basically disrupting everything that's coming in its path right now. Mm-hmm. Basically, if somebody creates an NFT for a separate industry where even like real estate and just like that ones that haven't even been tapped into yet, it'll probably be disruptive to them as well. So they're not always going to win. Not everybody we're investing in here, and they're not always going to be the winners. Sometimes they'll have to work together to build the next best thing. And you could see the Guardians going that way. Look, I think they're potentially one of the first that if they do nail the game, I have no doubt this guy that's building Guild of Guardians is building it for an IPO or merger and acquisition from a big company, a big gaming company. Or he says, I'm going to do it better than you, bigger than you. But with gaming, there's a lot of other middlemen that you still kind of need in NFTs, and you probably need even more. You see the freaking lawyers like crazy. You probably need more goddamn lawyers than a normal game, actually.
Yeah. Right.
But I could definitely see with that metaverse, like them headlining the Comic-Con or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. Something you've never seen like that before, just because they're growing, right?
Yeah, you could see that.
And then
you see Amazon buying one, don't you guys see like Amazon buying some NFT at some point, some successful business that comes up?
Yeah.
They're having
these conglomerates,
their own marketplace.
They don't build,
like
right?
Too, right?
If they want to get into something, they They just buy a company, you know.
Yeah, I
That's
could
true.
see
acquire
something crazy like Amazon going, okay, we're gonna basically tap into the gaming industry, and here's kind of like it's not necessarily a industry they're in right now, but they've got their Prime and their media stuff. So I'm not talking about like Amazon, you know, the toilet paper that you order and it comes, but they disrupted the cloud services in a big way, dude. So they saw they saw a disruption based on what they had built, and they leveraged it and said, well, we can do this better. So don't you see them maybe getting into gaming this way? Like this is their fun, because they never made it into consoles, or you know,
Right.
they did shitty
Well, they own
video.
Twitch, right?
What's
Yeah,
that?
They own
they
Twitch.
Twitch.
See,
Yeah.
the thing with
Yeah, there
Amazon
you
though is,
go. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think of them more as like, so with audiobooks, they bought Kindle. I mean, did they buy Kindle? Well, they have that audio marketplace, and then they did the same thing with they own some shoe one. So I see them more as potential competitor eventually down the line to OpenSea, where they have their own wallet, things like that, where you could actually buy the NFTs or sell the NFTs. Something that would compete direct with them, right? Because they're the same.
Mm.
They're the same people who gave eBay a struggle with their Amazon seller. They got their own little Amazon marketplace for resellers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to
Oh,
sell
yeah.
on Amazon. That was a side hustle for a while
Dude,
before I
they
got into
enabled,
NFTs.
they completely disrupted them. They enabled a lot of small businesses, and they went more like after the small business market. And to the point where small businesses actually hate them. This is a problem that they have because they take so many fees and it's so expensive, but they bring you, it's kind of like a double-edged sword with them. If you list with them, they give you the marketing and the attention. They just kind of make you legit, but your margins are so low that those small businesses really struggle to actually make a profit off of what's on Amazon. So their goal by listing there is to basically just get people to come directly to them. That's what they're hoping for, and they're losing on anything that they sell on Amazon.
Yeah, and the other problem they had, right, was that people would actually like copy their product and just have it like drop shipped to them and then sell on Amazon for a portion of what it costs, and it's usually whatever product looks similar but is lowest cost on there. So you're always competing with people just trying to undercut you.
Yeah, NBA top shotters
Yeah.
on Amazon Marketplace.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
You talk about the small businesses. Another problem they had with Amazon is that Amazon was basically taking their successful products and making the products and selling them as Amazon branded products.
Yeah,
Just
I heard of that too.
Copying their stuff. They do that a lot.
Yeah, that's brutal, man. It's tough, and you know what? COVID kind of made that difficult for a lot of businesses, man, and the slowdown with manufacturing. So,
yeah, they're hard to go away from, though. It's like, I mean, whenever I need something, it's almost like the go-to, just like when you Google something, right?
Bro,
it's not like I'm jumping in Bing or something.
As a fucking consumer, it is the best tool that I have.
Right.
It's literally, I need toilet paper. Can't wipe my ass. Order toilet paper, and it comes before I have to wipe my ass.
Right.
They just show up out of nowhere. They're always there.
Yeah. 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 It's definitely one of those where it's like, all right, if I need something, am I going to look all over the internet for it? And, even if it's something small price, am I going to compare prices and all that? It's like, no, I'll just go to Amazon, get it, and it'll be here in 2 days.
100%.
Or if not faster, like you said.
Yeah. And time is money. And they give you time back. That's the thing. They're selling the perfect product. Like they're giving you convenience back that I don't get anywhere else. And being home more and more, I use them more and more.
Right. Yeah. Same problem with like DoorDash and Uber, right?
Yeah. So I could see them, man, being smart enough to understand that this NFT space is about to create a whole new way to engage consumers. And for them, like right now, engaging a consumer over Amazon Prime is one thing, and they have a certain market there. They do have the household where who isn't engaged with Amazon and what they're ordering, but going after like the kids or like the kids that are gonna play games and the kids that are gonna be making money playing games, like other than regulatory problems, which is what all these corporations are going to be faced with, they have to solve that problem before they take it on. They're more risk adverse. They're not ready for that. It's going to take time to convince them that the laws are figured out, because the problem is there's no precedent right now. So no corporation can say, "Oh, I know why I know what's going to happen if we take that and what the precedent is." So they're going to have to pay for that precedent. And I don't know that, only a few will do that, right? Or one of our creators in this space will make mistakes, get sued. We'll find out finally, all right, what is it? What is it that we're dealing with NFTs? Are you someday going to tell us they're securities? There's a whole lot of different ways in go. Is it gambling? There's so many different vectors that they could come at us with. And they will.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. And it's a matter of, all right, what's the judge going to rule? And from there on, we're going to use that as precedent. And that's an expensive measure for a corporation to take on. So you'll see them take their time before they get into this space like that. So we're still early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Way early. There's so many hurdles that need to be, jumped through before.
I'm sure they could figure out something with like tickets too, right? Using tickets as a NFT for like concerts and things like that as a way to almost further incentivize you to go to the concert, right? Because you have this moment in time from this access that gets you into the concert instead of a normal ticket.
Bro,
because that's all they are, right?
I've been saying this forever. I firmly believe Dapper's vision is that they're going to completely disrupt Ticketmaster as one of the industries they completely take out. And basically, the only way that you buy a ticket to any event is through a moment. And that they're building the first platform that might test that out with NBA Top Shot, where they're already they're getting close. I think this year we're going to see where we buy a moment and get access to a game.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, the only mechanic that I think is that you might struggle with, right, is you can't have something scannable because obviously at the venue, somebody could just pull up your wallet and then open up the same moment and it would have that, barcode to be able to scan. So how do they kind of go about verifying that it's your specific ticket or moment that gets you in at that point? That's the other thing I struggle with. Like, how are they going to get around?
Well, we have that now, though. We have that right now with normal tickets. So I don't know about you guys in the US, but here in Canada, I had season tickets to my TFC game, to TFC MLS. Yes, I watch MLS. I know, sad guy over here, but so with those tickets, right? Like, they still have to. I still get the ticket on my phone, and they still have to believe me that I'm the guy that owns that ticket. Now, when somebody scans that ticket, it's scanned, and if that person didn't match identity to ticket, then yeah, somebody goes in, but the next person to scan, they're like, wait, no, you can't. Like, their seat's taken, right? So I think we're already dealing with that, and they're already solving that. So I don't see how NFTs would.
Well, I'm just saying, obviously you get your ticket with your barcode on it. It's not for the world to see it, though, right? It's not like everybody sees that ticket with the barcode. Because if I go,
no, I assume they would email us a barcode and say,
okay,
because you own
with
this
the
moment,
NFT.
Yeah, here's your barcode. Here's your barcode to the game. They're actually going to send us the ticket to the game. Is what
they'll email us that, and then we'll also get a moment with it. Is what you're thinking?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Oh, yeah, but sorry, you're right. If we're talking about disrupting Ticketmaster, then you are taking the moment to the game. You're right.
Right. Yeah, and then everybody can see that. Everybody can get to your wallet, whether it's OpenSea or NBA Top Shot. They could see the same thing that we're seeing. Then you would have a problem reselling it.
Something they can solve? Don't you think? Doesn't feel like?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's got to be a way around.
It's a private token. It's a private token that only gets revealed by the holder of the NFT. How about that?
Yeah, that would make total sense.
You click the button, you get to the stadium, and you're the only one that has the private token.
Yeah, and then maybe let you reveal it when you want to, if there's some type of feature built into it, right? Because then after the game's done, obviously, hey, I went to this game, check out my NFT.
Yeah, or you could send it to a friend, and they could actually go to the game with that moment instead.
Right. Yeah.
Or sell it, trade it, sell it in the market. How about
Exactly. But yeah, it's just got to be unrevealed. And
there's gonna be there.
it's up to the
That's funny. They
individual
even
owner.
take over StubHub, dude. They could literally disrupt Ticketmaster and StubHub if they
Right.
just create a market.
It's already unique, you know. So
Yeah,
yeah,
create a market over on that side, and then why would you ever go anywhere else? Like that's it. That's your
right.
path.
Right, because any tickets to concerts or anything like that were digital, they're pretty much gone at this point. Or, you know, I haven't looked at them since I went to whatever event it is. But here, it's almost like they could build a unique one around it, and then you get that moment in time.
Yeah. So is it us three talking? I'm curious. Is there anybody in the comments?
I don't
I
know.
have no
I don't
idea.
think-
We can't check, guys. We can't check. So if you're here, if you're listening to this conversation, I'm really curious that hit the comments. I saw that Kaluki left like a few minutes, 10 minutes ago.
Let's see.
So
I mean,
I have
Twitch
a
says
feeling
there's
he was the
still
last one. So I have a feeling
6
it's just
people
us
watching
three
this.
rambling here, which is cool because I love it because I can't
Yeah.
stop talking to like-minded people and learning from all of you guys too, right? So
Right.
I get a lot out of this time too.
So, Poppy, I wanted to ask you, what are your plans now that you're, full-time NFC? Like, what are your, content creation or your investment plans? Like, what's your day like?
Yeah.
You're full-time.
Oh, wow. Good question, man. I'm definitely working on a lot of different things, and what I'm finding is that I have less time. I don't have more time. I don't know what's happened, but it's funny. It's like because there we go. Kingdom Plantays listening in. Yeah, what's up? So anyway, so all of a sudden you have a lot more time, but more opportunity as well, and you got to try lots of different things to see where it is that, at least for me, I want to know what is my role in this space. I don't want to just do something because I think I'm going to make money. I swear that is the last thing that I want to think about. I just want to know where's my value proposition? Like, what do I bring to the table that can help other people? And it takes some experimenting and just time. It just takes time to kind of learn even yourself where you fit in and stuff. So that's what I've been doing. I've just been kind of chilling and figuring out what I like. There's like the YouTube side, but I don't actually see me getting into YouTube to go to 3 million followers. Like that's not me. That's not what I want to do with YouTube. I really want to create a community that effectively runs itself because it's so strong together that everybody has skin in the game and everybody's going out and doing research. One of the things, both of you guys, honestly, you, Tom, that I met way earlier, one of the reasons why I started listening to what you were saying is because I could tell you had your ear to the ground and you were like, making moves. And then Benjamin, when he came along, just blew my mind with like how quickly man walked into this environment, just boom, knows everybody and knows everything, like knowledge. And that's so important to have in a community when you're all complimenting each other. Everybody's going out and trying to find how to get a leg up, because information here is all we need to continue to get a leg up, right? So I think that's probably where I'm going to spend my time, building something like that. Again, I don't want it to be huge. It would be a little bit exclusive because it's not about the money, but it's got tools that give you access to information that no other tools basically can give you right now in the market. You guys have seen, we've been part of having access to tools like that, and we know the benefit, right? So having something exactly like that is in the works. And then, that's it, man. We hang and we get information and we're traders. And, we're traders, we're collectors, we're investors, we're all of it. Builders, like we're all of it. And then we'll see where the hell that takes us.
Yeah. Do you think, so there's obviously like stockbrokers, right? Do you think there eventually down the road there'll be some type of like NFT brokers that, it's the same sort of idea where they put in their money and say, hey, here's the potential return, but they're going to move into the NFT market because they just don't know enough to get into it themselves.
Yeah, well, there's kind of something like that. Not really. Like they're more investors, but with on NBA Top Shot with that fund that basically has the number 1 or 2 position. Do you guys, Tong? I know
Was it Whale Vault?
you might know. Yeah, Whale Vault. There you go.
Will
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so Whale Vault is kind of like that, right? Like the sense I got when I heard the CEO speak is that was his target market. Is the investors that are invested in NBA Top Shot are not people that are like hardcore and in this space at all. So he's actually doing something unique that again could disrupt another business, like another industry, like you're saying, right?
Yeah.
So for sure we're gonna see that in the NFT space that we're in, for sure.
Do you
Yeah,
think it's going to be in forms of DAOs, where you just buy into the DAO and then you can be as active as you want as an investor, or you can just sit back and let other people make the decisions for you? Um, because I think, I don't know, I think DAOs are like really going to blow up as NFTs and crypto blows up, just because they're decentralized, and it's a form of investing where people don't really have to be as knowledgeable and as uh, up to the news every single day, right? You can just buy whatever token, and you have exposure to all these investments, and it's like a fund where you just buy into, like a mutual fund or an ETF or whatever. But it's NFTs.
So the idea is that they never sell, though, right? So the token's tied to the DAO, which is basically whatever NFTs or things are involved in that vault.
Mhm.
But do they ever sell and then buy back in, or is it always just buy and hold?
I mean, that's up to the token holders, right? And I think
Up to the
it'll be
DAO,
up
yeah,
to
they
well,
decide.
yeah.
But
Okay.
I'm curious, what is actually a good DAO right now? Are you guys in any DAOs where you're even getting the value of a DAO? I'm curious.
Well,
Sweet.
the ape DAO. You're aware of the
Okay,
ape DAO, right? With Kylo Ren.
I'm aware of it. I'm not in it, so tell me more about
Yeah.
that.
So it's basically Kylo. How it started is Kylo had 49 or 50 apes, and he wanted to fractionalize. And the way he wanted to do it was, but he didn't want to just like fractionalize them and sell the tokens, and then that's it. He wanted to kind of create a community where, you invested in NFTs together. So the way he did that was he fractionalized his 50 apes, made the aped token, um, and now whoever holds the ape token, as a community, they make decisions on what to buy and what to invest in. So that transformed from 50 apes until now I think they bought 30 more apes. There's art. They're investing in art blocks. They're investing in other blue chip NFTs, cool cats, gutter cats, ghosts. They bought a autoglyph today for like over $1 million. So it's like transformed into like this
Why
little
am I
thing where
not
it's
in
just,
this thing?
no, it's great. And
How long have you been in it?
since the start,
Oh
just
my
one night I was
god.
in
So how has
Discord.
it performed numbers wise,
So
would you say?
I bought in initially, I think I bought uh 4,000 tokens for like 0.2 or something. And I
Wait, 4,000 for 0.2?
yeah, it
Oh,
was
for
like
0.2 total, not per token.
no, yeah, total.
I'm like, bro, you're a whale.
And and I'm up to like 5,500 because I bought it a little bit along the way when it was available. But it's really scarce. It was really scarce because nobody wanted to sell. But right now it's worth around 3 ETH per 1,000 token.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez, it beats, man.
So
It's a good investment right there.
and have you voted? Have you participated in the
Yeah,
votes on what to
and
buy?
they have their own
That's amazing. How does that feel, like, to actually be part of that?
It's great. It's like I tell everybody that's like my retirement plan. Like that's I'm never selling it until I really need it, because the type of NFTs are in there. There's 80 apes in there. They just launched the Ape DAO Remix project, which part of the revenue goes back into the DAO,
which has not been verified.
right? Which has not been verified, even
Yeah.
though there's like 10,000 ETH volume. But that revenue, part of that revenues go back into the DAO to invest in other stuff. So it's like,
So
just
how do I
keeps
get
on
in? How do I get
snowballing
in?
and
Do I
growing.
buy the Ape DAO remix, or do I buy
So you
Ape
can
DAO token?
you can go on Sushi Swap, and
Yeah.
it's just the pricing is obviously based on liquidity, right? Whatever is
Yeah.
available at the time.
I know. I
Or you
dealt
can
with
go
Sweep.
into the.
Did
Or
you
you
ever
can,
deal with Sweep?
Yeah, I did.
yeah, yeah, mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the same. That's the same, right? Like it's
Right.
super volatile
Yeah,
depending
same
on.
concept. Yeah,
There's no volume. That's like doesn't trade.
exactly. And that's the problem. Like nobody wants to sell their ape token, so the liquidity is very low. Or you can go to the Discord, and there's a buy sell channel where people that want liquidity go on there and post their tokens for sale.
I like what
kinda
you're saying
negotiate
though
with them.
about like it's a retirement plan. It does have that feel to having that
The new
potential.
401k,
that kind of
right?
potential. Yeah.
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 The modern 401k, man, and my stocks
Right.
are apes and dogs and cats, whatever.
Right. And it's all these NFTs that are out of my price range too. You know what I mean? Like they're so expensive. You can't. I can't buy an autoglyph. I can't buy a ringer or a
No.
Fidenza. So I
I
get
can't
exposure
believe
to all that.
Zeneca said 155 to 200 floor. I didn't know that. The last number I heard was 100 floor, and then I stopped. You just stop listening. You're like, please
Right.
don't let me hear it anymore.
It's crazy. Somebody bought a ringer last week for, was it 1,200 ETH or 2,100 ETH? Some crazy number of ETH, but it's just those like high end art block pieces are just insane. Because people just buy to collect. Nobody buys them to really flip. So there's so few of them.
I mean, that's the big
available.
appeal, right? It's getting the next one.
Yep. And it looks
Yeah.
like the next one is going to be Meridian, which missed out on that drop. So I'm kind of salty about that.
Meridian?
Are they already high?
Yeah, as soon as they dropped, the floor just got ate up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the floor is close to. It might have dipped, but last time I looked, it was close to 20 ETH already, and it dropped.
Oh wow.
A week or two
I'm in a
ago.
lot of projects right now, like a lot, more so than ever, I think, that I minted, that the bottom's fallen out of the floor, that I then like averaged into. And on the theory that projects not getting verified is a really big problem, and it has to pick up, I hope, at some point. And gas basically getting better. And I'm chilling. And I'm thinking that this is all just temporary. And when those two things go away, gas goes away and verifications get better, hopefully, maybe we'll see a little run up in some of these.
Yeah, the other thing I would recommend doing just for anyone is like a lot of times what I'll do is I'll set my auctions just to go for 8 hours or even a day instead of what do they do it as default, like 180 days or something like that, and then you got to pay gas fees to cancel if all of a sudden it starts to blow up. And with the NFT listings in OpenSea.
Yeah,
that's a great trick because people don't know. Like new people, they don't know that every time you change your price, like you lower your price and you go to cancel,
Yeah.
you gotta cancel
Right.
every single price that you put in.
Exactly,
the listing,
just to get the thing
it's
delisted,
expensive.
right? You might end up spending, whatever the difference was that you have to sell for. Like you might as well leave it at that point. But if you had the auction set for 8 hours or something like that, and the NFT ends up blowing up overnight, at least you wake up and then you could sell floor. It's just why take that risk?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh man, it's still so. There's still a lot to learn.
Yeah.
A lot to learn for everybody. It doesn't matter what phase we're in. We're all kind of at different phases, but we're all learning as much as we're learning as much as the people that are in front of us. Even though they've made mistakes and maybe they're not really the knowledge sharers because they're so early in the space and they got rich really, really fast. So like for them, they don't really have to do that much work anymore. They can chill. They have other people doing the work for them. But I think now that like then a whole new generation came in of our generation, and we're gonna be the real builders, like the real ones that take it to the next level. They've laid the foundation, and we're sort of in like this phase 2 of NFT creation. And first phase 1 has passed, and now we're kind of grabbing that baton, and for the whole space, like not just like creating NFTs, but how to buy NFTs, how to create tools that make us better at NFTs, how to stay
Right.
safe with NFTs, like all that knowledge, right? The space will
Yeah.
just get better.
Yeah, like I don't know how early you guys got in Top Shot, but I think part
Not
of that,
early
at least
enough.
for me, was like the smack in my face that I needed, right? Everybody had an account that probably went to, if you were early enough, like I think, my account at one point probably went to like 30 grand, which I mean, if you were even more invested, it was probably even better than that. And then it dropped down really quick.
You were early.
After
You
March.
caught the run up.
I caught the run up, but I
No.
was also a holder that was, completing sets and everything like that. So I think when it was all
I
said and
wondered
done, it
about
went down
that.
to about 8 grand.
So Thong and
So,
I didn't catch the run up. We caught the run down.
oh,
And
okay.
I have
Yeah.
wondered, because it actually did end up going so low that now you guys that have been holding this whole time, if you didn't sell, what feels worse? What we went through buying the top, or actually buying it, seeing it go up, and then seeing it go back down and not selling?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't even know. To be
yeah,
honest, I don't know. It's
it
just
probably
a
sucks.
different
I
perspective
mean,
too.
yeah, I took out my initial investment, right, pretty
Oh, you
early.
did?
Yeah.
Well
So it
then,
was
okay.
like,
Well then, you'll look at it differently than
yeah,
someone who
so I
didn't.
probably look at it differently, but there's still that like, man, your account was worth this much money, and it dropped by 75% of what it was.
Do you guys wonder ever whether that same thing could happen to the space we're in right now?
Oh, I'm sure it can, right?
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah,
Okay.
Every day I wonder that. It's like, because it's just, things just move like so parabolic, right, in this space. And you think to yourself, like, is this sustainable? Like, is this, like, you look at your account and it's like, it's worth this much. It's like, I don't know. The numbers are just, like you said, it looks like play money. It was real money, but like the numbers, they just go up and down so crazily that you have to wonder that. You have to wonder, like, when is this going to just end? Like, when is the music going to stop and everything's just going to go to zero? Not
All right.
zero, but like,
Question on that topic then. Do you feel prepared for that situation?
Honestly, I don't think so right now, because I'm so, like, everything I make in NFTs gets reinvested right now. So, I mean, I take a little bit out, but I feel like I need a better plan to kind of diversify than I am right now. Because right now, probably, to be honest, 90 whatever percent of my investment is getting reinvested back in NFTs. So if the market crashes, that's all the exposure I have, and I know that's not good. But
Ben, you good? How do you feel about where you're at?
yeah. I mean, it's different for me because I mean, it would be devastating. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like it's not something that I'm like relying on at this point, right? So it's not something that I'm, that I need to take out at this moment. Obviously, like I could pay off, student loans and all that stuff with it, but um, I guess it wouldn't make or break me, but it would still be devastating if it happened.
Yeah, so I get it. I was you guys until I quit my job, right? And that's the circumstances do make you sort of adjust how you're planning for the future, right? And so for sure, man, those were amazing times of like be like, fuck it, right? This shit's going up, motherfuckers, and I'm
Yeah.
just gonna keep buying everything I see. And then now it's like, well, you know what? At least I put myself in a position where I don't have to stress about it for quite a long time. Like I have a lot of runway, and then we'll see. So just gives me time to build without stress or pressure, right? So, but it is different because you now have to be a little bit more responsible. I feel
Right.
like
Definitely. Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I'll still buy like crazy shit. Like it's just that like you divide your portfolios, and now you've got a portfolio that you got to make sure is going to take care of you later on too.
Yeah, because it almost seems like at this point, right, you could probably look at, what's coming out in the day and mint one of each of those things. And one of those would probably make up for all the losses on the other ones that didn't work out, right? I feel like, maybe not, but it almost feels like it at this point. Maybe not today, but definitely last week.
Yeah, it definitely it moves so quickly. The market sentiment. 1 week you can mint everything and everything goes up, and 1 week you can mint everything and the floors are nothing.
Yeah.
On every single project.
It's like this. It's like, so let's say you mint 5 projects in a week, and what usually happens is they then take on their own dynamics. Like one gets fudded to the shit, and then it's really cheap, and you got to decide whether you're gonna buy that FUD. And then another one just doesn't perform well. The other one maybe doesn't sell out, and you got into it and it didn't sell out. And so you got all these different investments in different assets that are not going to move together because some are latecomers, late starters. Some are very, very early and crash and peak really, really early. And so when you're invested, if you're diversified enough, then, things are happening and they're just in different stages of the company life cycle because that's what is being built actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, and then sometimes what happens, you miss one of those cycles because you weren't around. And then, I don't know, man, like my fucking pickles for me, or like bad example because I was around. I
Did you get those mutant cats? I think those were doing pretty good.
No, do you know what I wasn't around for? Do you know what actually I wasn't around for? Cool Cats.
Oh, I minted Cool Cats, and you don't even see the prices I sold my Cool Cats for. I minted like a good amount too, probably double digits, and I sold them all for cheap.
I bought one at 0.5, and then when it went to like 1.1, I ended up selling it. Thinking that was a pretty good run up, and it stayed close to that amount for a while. So I'm like, I guess I did pretty good. I had so much other opportunity to buy in.
I did that too. I've been in and out of Cool Cats like multiple times, but never held on to one.
So we're all in the same situation. I bought at 0.4, sold at 0.8. That was it, like 100% gains. So why didn't we see it? It bothers me that I had it in my hand and I didn't see it.
Yeah, when you look back, it's so obvious. Like with the community and how cool, like it just everything was set up for them to pop. And I don't know why I didn't help. It's probably liquidity to buy in some other junk project. To be honest,
when I was in it, right, I was actually in it, and it was like so like, draw. The guy would draw, and everybody would join and watch him draw, and then a lot of the contests were based around other people drawing, and then that's how they win one. So I'm like, all right, they have this thing coming up where you can mix the Cool Cats, right? And then you create a new one. But that seems way down the road. Like what's coming up? And I couldn't figure it out at the time. So I'm like, unless there's some major news, like I just don't see them, moving that far up, because everything that was kind of similar to that was around that range too, right? What else was out then? Like the Subducks. Subducks were right around 0.2.
I was at Home Depot.
I think
I'll never forget. I was literally at Home Depot for Subducks. I remember I have a tweet about it where I was like, I went out, I come back, everybody minted Subducks, and then they were always expensive. That's the funny thing is like those things never drop to the levels where I like to buy shit. So they, I like my stuff at like 0.08 and down if it's dumping, and those never made it below 0.2.
Right.
And so because of that reason, you never really pay attention to it, and a mistake because, hey, the
art was always cool on those. I ended up buying one at 0.2 or whatever, but it was like
Cool Cats.
Yeah.
I didn't dislike them at all. It's just that usually when you're not involved in the mint and you don't feel part of it, and then they went up after the mint like crazy, you're just like, I'll just let it go. I'll deal with
Yeah,
something
it
else.
feels like it's getting that sellout pump, right? So you're like,
Yes.
is it really getting that sellout pump, or is it because it could be drastic, right? They could go up to
Yes.
0.2 after mint, and then all of a sudden they drop down, and they're at like 0.08 the next day. You're like, okay, well, what did I just buy into?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I realize that's a mental hurdle that a lot of people need to like kind of overcome, right? 'Cause when you buy, you don't mint a project or you miss the mint and it kind of moons, and then you're like, well, this is just a pump, and then keeps on going and it keeps on going. And like mentally, it's hard for you to buy in at that point,
right,
because the risk is so much higher at that
Yeah.
point.
yeah.
It is a higher
The
risk.
craziest one was those fluffs. You remember those things, the floofs or
man.
whatever they're called? Those things went up to like
Oh
1.5
my
in
God,
the
I
next day.
forgot about those.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think there's the
I
floor
got
still
one of
decent
those on
them,
mint.
right?
No way you got one.
Yeah.
And only one, and you didn't sell it when they
I
went
did
up?
sell it. Yeah, I did. I
Oh,
sold it
okay.
at like
Yeah.
0.5 or
that's
something
no
like that.
problem. All
and
right,
then
that's
sold
a
it on the-
trader's mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
See,
I
that's
bought
the
in
thing is,
again and then sold again. I'm like,
out of the ones that you didn't sell
I only
that
got
moved
one at the time.
versus the ones that you did sell and you sold the top, that's why I don't get too concerned about missing cool cats, because it's really all about what you did with that ETH and where you deployed it.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
don't get me wrong, I still fucking hate that I missed cool cats. Like
But
I wish I
still,
didn't.
like,
But,
yeah. I mean, it's still right. You could have bought
but you
two
can't
of
win them
them, and
all.
you would have been at more than.
The
Right.
mentality you have is you can't win them all. You
Oh
can't.
no, you can't. Yeah.
You cannot be the guy. Actually, you know what? Fuck. I want to talk to. I bet you there is someone that has punks, apes, cool cats, Cyberkong, Fidenza. I want to talk to someone who has all those 5 things.
Talk to Dingling. He has them all.
Oh yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah,
one
yeah.
guy. Yeah.
I know, dude. I can't convince him to talk. I keep telling him, but he's laying low. He's laying low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted
But yeah.
I wanted to ask you something, Poppy, because you mentioned this in Discord earlier today with the new fad with like the NFT projects giving out tokens and staking and all that stuff, and if it's a gimmick or if it really adds value to the NFT.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what is
was
what's
wo-
your opinion on that?
I was wondering about that today. So there's some things, right, like that I want to be honest about, that I wonder and analyze about NFTs. Is like, okay, is that feature really something that people are just buying for FOMO because it's like the thing that everybody's putting on a roadmap, or is that a feature that you could see that would become a staple and part of the projects that we see? And I don't know. I was trying to make sense of staking. Like, okay, I get it that I get to put my NFT and stake it, and that I get benefits back. It's clear to me the benefit to me as a holder. I couldn't quite understand why the business would want to do that, and I always wonder, for something to survive, it has to be a win-win. It can't be one-sided, and this one feels one-sided, and it feels like it's not sustainable, and they're doing it for the perception of, we're giving you value back for putting your thing in here. But at the end of the day, I don't know, man. Like, is that really driving revenue for the business? It's not.
No,
It's not
because they make
driving
it on
revenue.
resales, right?
My concern is it locking up revenue? Like, I want to do the math on, if you don't stake and the secondary market with a lower floor, and then if you do allow staking with a perceived higher floor, because that's a perception, maybe it doesn't even become a reality, but the speculation is that you'll have a higher floor because people will be staking more.
Mhm.
And then, do you actually make more money one way or the other? Or are you sacrificing revenue to basically just appease a bunch of people that don't really know what they want?
Right.
What do you
Yeah.
guys think? Am I crazy?
I'm really struggling with that too, like seeing the value proposition in that, because there's so many projects that, like, that's a new thing, right? Like every project every day is coming out with some sort of staking.
Yeah, it's the new thing. It's
and-
happening.
But I don't know.
Have you staked
It's-
anything?
Yeah, I've because
What'd you stake?
I bought the Anonymice.
Oh yeah.
Have you heard of that?
No, yeah, I'm not in them though.
And that kind of is kind of crazy to me, because their project is it was free to mint, and there's no royalties, and it's all open source, and it's basically community driven, community built. And basically you stake the mouse to breed to mint other mice, but the mice are now minted out, so now they're trying to build to a breeding structure to where you
Sorry. So you stake them,
yeah
and then as you
you
stake
earn
them, you get mice back. Mice
you earn
NFTs or tokens.
you earn a token called Cheeth, right?
Okay. Oh,
And you
geez.
use
Yeah,
the
yeah. Okay.
Cheeth
All right.
to mint more mice, right?
Okay. All right.
And then they had a
How many tokens do you earn, and how many mice can you mint?
one a day, and as the supply
Whoa, you're
goes up,
minting an NFT a day?
no, one token a day, and
Oh,
as the token or the supply goes up, it costs more of that token to mint a mouse.
okay.
But that stage is ended. That they minted out, and they're kind of clever in limiting supply because you can burn after you mint. You can burn your mouse to try to re-roll and get
Are the
a
mice
rare mouse.
NFTs though?
Huh?
Are the mice NFTs that you
Yeah, the
mint?
mice are NFTs.
I've
Are
never
they
seen them.
Polygon?
What do they look like? Yeah.
They're I don't know.
What are they called? What are they called? I'll look it up.
Anonymize.
No, like what's the ones that you
No,
breed and create?
the mice. Yeah,
called?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're called, anonymize.
So they're
Oh,
called the same thing as the Genesis ones?
right.
No, the new the one that you breed, that's not out yet. The breeding is not out yet. So that
Oh, okay.
that
Oh,
collection
we haven't.
doesn't
You
exist
guys
yet.
haven't bred mouse yet.
Yeah. Not yet. Yeah, that's coming in a
Or
couple weeks.
tokens for mice.
So do they
But,
control the Cheeth though? Is that where they're making the money?
I don't know where they're making the money. That's the problem
Oh.
where I don't understand it
This
because
is another one.
yeah, the chief is traded, but that's between collectors and holders.
This
but
is
right now
another
it's like
concept that you're like, what?
yeah,
How does this work? Why are they doing this, and
Right.
how are they making money?
but the
So
mice
it's a reverse rug pull.
there's like I think there's like at any time there's only like 100 for sale because everybody's staking for Cheeth, and they're at 10 ETH floor,
Oh, jeez.
and the
Wow.
Cheeth is
And you only have to pay 2.5% too if you sell that.
no, there's no royalties at all. Like they're not
Well, the
taking any-
OpenSea one, right?
royalties.
Oh yeah,
there's
yeah,
no
the
Oh,
OpenSea, yeah.
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 And the Cheeth is $90 per token right now.
Oh,
But there's
wow.
nothing to do with. There's no utility until you can breed. So it's like all of this feels artificial to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
that's nice though.
Things
Nice that you got into it, right?
Yeah, I actually
You got a lot of Cheeth too.
I think I got like I only have one mouse.
Oh.
I'm only making one a day, so I have like 20 or something. But there's
That's
people
not
that
bad.
are have 10 plus. They're just turning it out. But
Nice.
I don't know what's gonna happen in that project because what if you breed the second collection and nobody wants it? Like there's no market for it. What's gonna happen to the price of the mice? What's gonna happen to the price of the chief? It's got to go to zero, right? Because at that point there's no utility in either of
And
them.
cheese. Do they have a plan for cheese at all? Other than minting mice?
Not at this point, no. Not that I know about.
Huh. That's a good catch, man. That'd be a concern for sure.
Yeah, I was like, with the floor at 10 ETH, I was like, do I just sell now or I don't know. It's
This is what
hard
I'm
to-
saying. There's a pattern of gimmicky shit.
Yeah.
And I get it. We're exploring what's gonna work. We don't know. We actually
Right.
don't know that it's not a token well implemented with the right utility that gets people to adopt the token. That might be it. But it's still so early that sometimes it just it feels like some of the things being built are a bit gimmicky and maybe not really going to survive in the space.
Yeah, but like you said, he got it into it for the cost of mint, right? So I mean, if it were me, I'd probably sell like some of that Cheeth, right, and then maybe keep the anonymize, and you pretty much make back profit alone there. Then you can't feel too bad, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Right.
no. It's a good investment now. Like, sorry, not all of them. Like, whatever. Now, there'll be crapshoots. There'll be good ones and there'll be bad ones. I just think long term, I don't know that it kind of evolves the space in any way that makes sense. So
Yeah, I think, have you ever been involved in that whale community at all?
Mm-mm.
So with the whale, what they do is you get this whale token, and based on the amount of tokens that you have and hold, right? They track it within the Discord, and based on that amount, they do splashes every month, depending on how many tokens you hold. And based on how many people are in that role, so they basically pump out this artificial token each month. But instead of doing it on a specific day, they so slowly sprinkle it to you throughout that month. And then with that, the token is based on the amount of things that they have within that vault. And within the Discord, they have things like poker tournaments or drawing contests, all these different things. And they have this thing called TipBot. So some of the mods can obviously run contests and then just tip the people right in the Discord, and it goes into this TipBot wallet that you can actually upload to your MetaMask whenever you want, right? And they do it with several different tokens, but whale being one of the main ones. So it's really cool how they set it up, and it's almost like I could see them going down this road with NFTs based on the amount that you hold. Since they own the supply of the coin, they don't really care if you stake at that point, because you don't know how much coins they probably have on the back end, but they're giving you a certain amount each month for your stake. So it kind of probably all equals out at the end, I would imagine.
And you can trade that like on
yeah, you can
or Uniswap or whatever.
Yeah, I forgot what the main one was.
You know what would be pretty disruptive? If one of the games that are being built now that have tokens associated with them, whether it's like Guild of Guardians with gems or Kongs with bananas, right? Like any of those, it would be really interesting if one of them actually penetrates and transcends NFTs into normies, and then that currency eventually belongs something that people put value to it in real life. And they start to say, all of a sudden, I don't know, imagine friends having banana, like young, like way younger than us, right? Like a whole nother generation having banana, and that's how they send money to each other, poker games or in real life, man. They start to use it for assets in real life. Like, what if this would be funny? Like, what if you get a discount on a banana with banana?
Right.
It doesn't matter where they start, but eventually people, if any of them achieve that, where the currency is used by normies, that would be game changing.
I could see that as we kind of transition into like the metaverse, and there will be more utility in the metaverse with like kind of like Ready Player One, right? Where there's like you use these coins in the metaverse, so they're valuable to you because that's where you spend the most of your time. So you can also trade them in the real world amongst each other because that's currency that you value. Like you said, that's regular currency that you value. I think that definitely could happen.
Yeah, it's like I need 5 bananas, man. I'm gonna have a beer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pay 5 bananas to go have a beer in the metaverse with a friend.
Yeah. Well, Cool Cats has that milk money, right? That's pretty funny to me.
Yes, they definitely love chugging their milk, man. That was an interesting campaign. That was like, holy shit, these guys. All right, that's viral. That's a normie type of campaign. What you'd see on Facebook, right? Went pretty viral. It's pretty good, actually. I like it.
Yeah, they're pretty big. The Cool Cats overall.
Dude, they got Farouk behind them, and it's like they just like
what they're building is pretty ambitious too. It's basically, from what I understand, it's gonna try to be like kind of like Pokemon of the metaverse. You know what I mean? Like different creatures and stuff like that, breeding creatures and
really
kind of like a whole game like that. Yeah. Pretty ambitious what they're trying to build. Yeah, you should look into it. I think that's a lot of people are saying. That's why a lot of people are saying
I'd have to sell an ape at this point to buy a Cool Cat.
I know.
Come on,
right? Yeah.
How can I do? I can't do that. I can't bring myself to do that. So I have to work my way up to a cool cat through. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure if I just sold some chickens, I'd be okay. But
Yeah.
Right.
but
Right.
I'm betting on play to earn in a big way, and you got to bet on one. Like you got to take your shot on one and then dip
Yep.
your toes in the others. You can't be crazy invested in every single thing that's there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure if Fortnite came out with something, tomorrow that they could pretty much take over the whole coin thing, right? Because any kids like my son's age or there's even people in college and stuff. Everybody does Fortnite with the Fortnite bucks and or V bucks, I think they're called. So if they did that add to the skins were an NFT and the V bucks were now something actual tradable, like I'm pretty sure that thing would blow the NFT space wide open.
Oh, it'll be crazy. I play Fortnite a lot. I spent thousands of dollars on skins that I don't even own. I can't control. I can't take them anywhere. I can't trade them.
Right.
So, imagine if I did own them, I would spend way more money on it.
Right. And if they were more limited, right? Because obviously anybody could buy them during a certain period of time. So
Yep.
that's why you buy them. But imagine if you put a limit on that too. Like,
Yeah, like the OG skins and stuff. Like if they were tradable, they'd be worth thousands and thousands of dollars.
Then I bet you we have this in common, right? So that was me too, but with FIFA Ultimate Team, and I just got into it because I could trade a market that right now trades like the NFT market. Is crazy the correlations that I see in both markets. Of course, they have their differences too, don't get me wrong, but the correlation of fucking grind it out, get information, and use that information to make money is in both markets. It was the same thing. It was all about what information you had, when the next challenge is going to happen, when the next whatever, right?
yeah.
So I used to always think I'm really good at this. Like I'm really good at this. I want to create a YouTube channel to talk about this. I bet you guys, did you think about streaming Fortnite?
I stream Fortnite.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, if you check out the
Yeah.
YouTube, if you check out the Trash Cat channel, there's
I didn't
Fortnite
know that.
highlights, all
I
that
didn't
stuff.
know that.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
this
so
is why I have
watching
this
that.
whole setup.
That's why you have the setup.
Yeah,
I knew that. I had a feeling. I never
I didn't know
took
if you
the
just did it
plunge.
for your YouTube channel. For the
yeah.
no.
I've been doing this for years now.
For like years. Like how long?
We started streaming maybe 5 years ago,
Oh
4 or 5 years
wow.
ago. Yeah,
So that's a separate channel though. That's not Trash Cats.
it is Trash Cats. Yeah, we just
It
kind of
is?
transitioned it to
Oh, you
Oh,
actually full
talking
out
about NFTs
transitioned
and
the
stuff.
channel.
Okay.
yeah.
So if I go back in your channel, like long history, I'm gonna see 5 years of Fortnite videos.
You're gonna see we've done sports podcasting, we've done gaming. Yeah, you're gonna see all that if you go back far enough. You see all that.
Wow, I didn't know that. There's more layers to you. I want to go check that out at some point.
Yes, I play Fortnite with my son, but I suck at the building aspect of that game.
It's tough. That's why I love the game, and the skill gap is so large with the building. There's
Yeah.
no other game like it.
Did you
No
play
other game like
console
it.
or PC?
I started on console, then I built a gaming PC.
Okay.
But I
I
still
play on
play on
PC when I
controller.
do it.
I stayed on console. You know who my favorite YouTuber was? Nick
Who?
Merckx.
Oh, I love Nick, man.
Nick
I
is
love
like
Nick.
Nick is the bomb. I would
Bro.
okay, if there's a YouTuber I want to have a beer with, I'm telling you right now, it's Nick Merckx, man.
Dude, he has a barbecue every year, and he invites all his subscribers. Like anybody can come.
Really?
Yeah, he just had one down in Tampa 2 weeks ago, and there's like thousands of people. I think he said he spent like 200K of his money like putting it together, but like
Crazy. That would
there
make
was
Jeez.
sense.
thousands of
Wow.
people there. Yeah, so
Dude, give
Nick's a
back to
good
your
guy.
community, man. Get even
He's a great
closer
guy.
with them.
Yep.
That's genius.
Yeah.
One of his best videos that actually inspired me was like his walkthrough of his house when he made
Oh
it.
my God.
Like I was following him well before he made it, and then he made it, and I love that video because he's not flexing, man. Like fuck, everybody's flexing, right? At the
Right.
end of the day, but he's doing it in a very humble way, and like and you watch the video, I just love it, man. How he built that studio. I love that.
You know what's crazy? he built that studio, streamed in it for like 6 months, maybe a year,
Yeah.
and he vacationed down here in Florida, like South Florida, and he fell in love with Florida and he moved down here. He doesn't even use that studio anymore.
No way.
Yeah.
So does he have a nice pad in Florida?
Yeah, but it's nowhere near like the setup he had up in his main house in Michigan. That was insane. Like that the whole
That
how
was
he
the
had it set up.
craziest studio. Yeah.
Crazy.
Is your hat lighting up?
My hat?
Yeah.
No, it's just a regular hat.
Oh, just the
Maybe
glare. Okay.
reflection, yeah.
I thought maybe you had a light in it. I'm like, man, that's pretty sweet.
Well, Don, you'd probably kick my ass at Fortnite, but I'll play.
I haven't played in
wasn't-
years, man. But yeah, I was.
Me neither.
I was.
I
Pretty
wasn't.
decent.
I wasn't that bad. I definitely built. I definitely had that advantage over all my friends. None of them could build. I'm fucking building for all of us, trying to protect all of us.
You guys do Warzone at all?
Yeah.
That's mostly
Yeah.
what I play. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely do. So I transitioned from Fortnite to Warzone basically, and played Warzone for like 2 years, right before I got into NFTs. Like literally, I'm sure the last day I played was the day I got into NFTs.
Yeah, me too. Like ever since I got full time in NFTs, it's hard to find a time, man. And
It is.
I'm competitive, so I like to be good when I do things. And if I'm not good, I just don't like to play.
Oh yeah, no. How
So-
frustrating would it be?
But that's it. It's like
Just go in the game and then die and then have to load it again.
we all got time for really one hobby, right? Like one thing that you can focus your passion and energy on. So I get that concept because whatever you pick takes that much energy. And once I transitioned into this space, it was clear to me that I was never going to look back.
Yep.
And I have to wonder how many of us there are that are doing this. And at what point does Fortnite not have a user base because they've moved over, like because they see it so logical that we don't even have a product for them yet. Wait till we actually have a product for them that's easy, that is for a true gamer, where all they want to do is literally play a game and be good at a game, not YouTubing and trading. And you build that for them. Whoever lands that, dude, they're set.
Yep. Yeah. Either they're gonna have to adapt or they're gonna lose everybody.
Oh man, I just love talking shop. That's what it is, right? It's like
Yeah.
we're all grinding it. I know both of you guys, man, you guys are grinding it with a job. I definitely know what that feels like. And you make decisions all the time, like, and it's just pulls you in, right? It just like pulls you in. You're like, you can't stop because there's something
it's
big
addictive.
happening over here.
Yeah.
It's beyond addictive. Like, I don't want anybody to think that it's like an addiction. Like, it's
No.
like, man, it really pulls you in in big ways. It's pulled in a lot of. It's funny as I've met more people privately, people start to dox themselves to me. It's a thing on LinkedIn and shit, right? And then you read up on their real life. You're like, damn, bro. Yeah, you didn't walk away from McDonald's, man. Like, and there's a lot of people in the space that are like that building right now.
Yeah. I think once you're involved and you see the scale and the potential of everything, it's hard. It's hard not to give entities your all, you know? It's like if you see like if I do this well and I'm successful at it, it's life changing, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know, to me I like to take risks, and this is like kind of like once I saw the potential of this, like I have to take this risk. I have to do it, you know?
It hit me the hardest with fantasy football. Like last year I was in this league. It was like 10,000 people. I ended up finishing top 5 and did pretty good in it overall. And then most of the leagues, like I always end up, well ahead of what I end up putting in. This year, man, it's been so awful. Like it's so hard to keep up. Like sometimes I miss like the waivers and everything. So waivers are like when you pick up players that are free agents. So yeah, it's NFTs definitely pull you away from the things, so and it's probably a good thing too, right? Because it's not because it's something that doesn't interest me and I just need to know it. It's It's because it interests me so much that it pulls me in, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so one of my buddies earlier in the year asked me if I wanted to join a soccer pool. We always did soccer pools. Like I was always in them every season. That's as far as I got into like it's not draft, it's not fantasy draft. It's like y'all join a soccer pool, you put in $20 and whatever, right?
Yeah.
And this year, they asked me to join, and I said no, like no, like,
Right.
you don't understand. I don't have a minute to watch soccer. Never mind a minute to even look at what teams I should bet on right now. So
Yeah.
I do this shit. So I don't do that. And they were like, they weren't getting it. And now two of them joined the NFT space and are totally degenning right now. And I
Now
bet
they
you
get it.
they're
Yeah.
not focusing on the pool. I bet you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it'll definitely get you. Like, and the craziest part too is like there's just never enough time. Like, even if I go to look, I'm not looking at projects that are minting a week from now or a couple weeks from now or months from now. It's what's minting today, and let me do my research on them to see if that's something that I want to jump into.
100%.
Yep.
And it's what's minting today, and I can't actually do my research on all of them. So
Yeah,
I have
exactly.
triage. I have a triage system built in my head of how I'm gonna take projects, all the projects on the list to 50% down, and then another 50% down. Decide, okay, which two am I actually gonna potentially mint today?
Yeah, and usually for me, what it comes down to is, did it have a pre-sale? And if it has a pre-sale, what's that floor at right now? Because obviously, like, hey, you got 100,000 followers in your Discord. Like, then you look at the little icon where they got to click it to be a part of it, and there's only like 2,000. You're like, what's going on here? Way too many bots involved with that to trust any true follower count that they have on Twitter or Discord. So it's like you got to do other research.
And it comes back to like what you said, Poppy, with the community. Like you can't do this alone. You need information from all different sources. And if you got a good community, it's such a big advantage. Such a big advantage of information.
And you need tools, you need information, you need documentation, like all of these things, videos, like all of these things that will help you just boom, hit the ground running and create a process for yourself that works. And like what Ben was talking about, that can be a tool. Why can't that be a freaking tool? Like that literally shows me right in front of my face, here's the 10 projects, here's when they minted, here's the floor price, answer every question that we have about whether I want to mint or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Take out all that manual research, right, and automate it.
Yes, that's where I'm headed.
That's really valuable, and that's a lot.
It is. Yeah, I'd pay for that.
People pay good money for that. Definitely.
I mean, people pay 0.1 to that one thing just to see their wallet, right? So imagine what they pay for something like that.
Oh yeah. You gotta use Mobi.
No, tell me about that. I've heard of it and I'm interested in it.
Mobi is probably the best tool that I've used in this space. I think it's 0.1 as well, but it's one-time fee, 0.1 or 0.2. Like
WGMI.
Yeah, but it shows. There's a whale watcher where it shows what whales are buying and selling.
MOBI or MOBY?
MOBY.
.com or .io?
.io, I believe.
No.
So why'd you get that singer?
.gg.
Oh, I was gonna say, it says connection's not private.
Yeah, man, I got that too. I'm like, yo, my wallet.
I don't know about this.
Okay.
But it shows you what's minting in real time, and it has a market feature where it'll show you the volume in sales on OpenSea at different time frames, 10 minutes, hour, 6 hours. So you can see like what's trending in real time on OpenSea. And it's just like that information is priceless because like you can see the floors, you can see what people are buying for, you can see what's pumping, what's dumping. If you buy into a project that's pumping, you look on Mobi and you can see the volumes going down. So like it's time to sell. It's been a great tool. Like, and the prices, like, it's paid many times over.
Damn, I can't believe I had heard of it and I didn't know about it.
Yeah, sign up, play around because it's great. I think
So do you have
they're
both WGMI and Moby?
yeah.
You,
I don't really
you
use
see a reason to have
WGMI
both?
anymore, because they've really struggled with like their interaction with the OpenSea API. So I find their stuff is not as up to
Wait,
date
sorry,
anymore.
Moby or WGMI?
WGMI,
They have. You're right, man.
yeah,
Their floor updates have gotten slower and slower. Yeah.
right. So I use that, every once in a while if I want to list a lot of stuff, I go on there and look what the floors are. But Moby is more like a day-to-day thing. I just keep it up all day and see what's trending and what people are getting into.
Has it worked out in some of the buys and stuff that you've done?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because if you see like notable people buying and notable people selling, you kind of
Oh, it shows you who's buying and selling too.
yeah. If there's a whale
Oh, the
watching
whale watch. Yeah.
feature, yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say
So
show us a screenshot, but we can't without NFT God here. He has to approve the screen share on the side.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. But so that's interesting. So they actually though they serve two different purposes. Like one is your leading indicator, like what's gonna happen next. And then and what's happening now, right?
mhm,
And then WGMI is more about portfolio management.
yeah,
And so yeah, I could see why you would need both, and
yeah,
maybe someday they'll merge, actually.
yeah. I think well, Moby is actually kind of in the process of creating like a WGMI type wallet portfolio management tool that they're going to add to their site as well. I don't know when that's coming, but yeah, they're going to add that as well. So soon we'll just have one site we
This
can go to.
this is exactly, guys, 2017 crypto. Exactly. Like you're seeing these um companies start to create portfolio management tools, information tools, stuff like that. And then, a bunch of them try it, and then, a couple will survive, one or two, maybe, probably, hopefully a couple, so that there's good competition. But the
Yeah. What
small ones
space
will
do you have
build.
that has so many developers in the same space, right? I mean, you can't really. I mean, you could create an NFT without developers, but most of these projects are using some type of developers on the back end and to do the websites and things like that. So innovation should be you know really fast in the space, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is, right, I still feel like there is a lot of developers. I don't like, I've talked to a lot of developers lately, actually trying to find the right person for this tool that I want to build. And there, a lot of them are not ready to give up what they have in real life. Maybe it is the people that I happen to be meeting, but some of these people have great deals. IT right now is booming, man. Like
Right.
software development is, Benjamin, you're in IT, bro. Like honestly, unemployment rate, at least I don't know about Michigan, to be honest, but in Toronto it's like zero. Like if you just know how to spell IT, you're getting a job. Very different. Like I was in a real struggle over the last year, my last year, where I was hiring talent. It was very tough, man. And
Oh yeah, in general. Yeah.
wages were going up big time. Employees that would come. I'm not joking, man. I had employees that took 100% increase from another business that made an offer on them. I'm like, what is this, real estate? Like
Right.
I would
At that
get
point.
into bidding wars. I swear to God, man, like the best winning bidding wars. Like I'll give you 80. Okay, fine, I'll give you 90, 100, 120, 140. And you're like, what? Literally, I'm like auctioning for fucking horse, like to try and get talent. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So
It's
they haven't
wild.
moved over. The devs, most of them are very busy, and they haven't just made the plunge. And we're in that phase of the cycle of NFTs where every day somebody quits, but there could be 100 that quit, like 100 more, and it'll accelerate. I really think that'll accelerate over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, what you're probably going to see happen is there. I mean, when they develop these projects, right? If they ask for some of the NFTs back for some of the projects on top of whatever they're selling it for, if that's an NFT that ends up blowing up, that gives them even more incentive later on to, leverage that for the next job. Just like you did with like Bored Apes and things like that. So if they get
Yeah.
involved in the right project, you might see some of that, but that
Yeah.
might be few and far between.
You know what else other opportunities there's going to be back is like you and I are in the exact same space, and being in this space early means that when those businesses actually want to transition or they want to hire and they want to grow, we're going to have all the knowledge that they need to absorb, and we're going to have the talent, and the worlds will collide. I really strongly believe that it could be my old employer, like big enterprise corporation, that says we're getting into NFTs, and I go consult with them, not work for them. I will never sell myself to the devil again. But they're gonna have to extract that information from me, so it's gonna be power, and then you see what you make of that opportunity, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I mean, just like when I started out in IT, like for, started to help desk and things like that. But they, like IT was an afterthought at that time. I mean, it was the lower part of the business. It wasn't, technology based at all. Right. And, within, 5 years of being in the career that I chose, it boomed, right? Technology was all of a sudden the main focus of the business, and then everything else kind of came afterwards, right? So it takes time, but eventually you'll see that that development in the space that's going to take it to the next level.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been 6 months. Like, holy moly.
Yeah.
We've moved really fast. So one of the moments was Pix Puppy guy comes back, right? So I start DMing him and like, yo, let's talk, man. Like, if you're back, I want to know you're back, and what kind of effort are you gonna put in, and I want to know what happened, and I want to be okay with whatever you tell me, and then decide whether I'm in or not. And I am your biggest bag holder, so if I'm not in, then you're doing it without me. And then we had a good chat, man. Like, you know what? He was truthful about shit that happened, and that he was ready to rock. And part of it missed the opportunity too. I mean, he has some issues, but he also kind of missed the opportunity. Like, he didn't realize how big it was that he could have built.
Oh yeah.
And then it's funny today. Someone in the Discord he mentioned something about these punks. I don't even know what they are, man, to be honest. And then this guy goes, man, when I got started in this space, we created these something punks. And some other OG was like, what? You created those soul whatever punks and you never told anybody? And I'm like, dude, I didn't even know he did a project before Pix Puppies. I thought that was his first project.
Nice. Even more reason to buy in, I guess, right? Before he kind of dropped out.
Yeah. Well, he's
Yeah.
a smart guy, actually, man. So I'm probably working pretty closely with him. And yeah, I can see it. He's a dev. He's a dev, right? So he needs all the other support that goes around it to make it
Needs
happen.
the marketing. Yeah.
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 Yeah. What I struggle with some of these, like the newer projects, or things that are minting, it's hard to identify that that NFT that's going to build the community, right? That's going to have a good community behind it. And like I felt like it was almost easier to see before, right? Like you could almost, the writing on the wall was kind of with like the Cool Cats, the Sup Ducks, even when Boxies came out, right? That they had the development team behind it. But with some of the other ones that are kind of going through now, it's tough to see, right? You could see with the Galactic Apes that probably was going to hit and end up hitting, but with some of the other ones, man, I just struggle. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I think part of it's we're kind of stretched thinner now with all the projects and everything coming out, and there's just more volume. And another part is like, these projects know what boxes to check now, you know what I mean? Before they launch. So it's like there's a blueprint now where you got to do this, you got to do this, and you got to do this before you launch, before you drop. And you do that, and then we don't know what they're going to do after, what
Right.
are your plans afterwards, and that's just a crapshoot a lot of the times. Yeah, it's definitely tough.
I trade this market pure, like, don't get attached to shit, nothing. And I think you guys do too. Like, it's speculative, it's trading, and there's some things I buy to literally sell an hour later. There's some things I buy to buy a day later, or 2 days, or a week. And some shit I buy chickens with like no real expectations, to be honest. And I like it that way, not having to. I don't put the pressure on myself to when is this going to go up, when it's going to go down. I'm like, they're building something long term, and I'm along for the ride. So let's just go, whatever long it takes.
Right.
Yeah. The only one recently that I thought maybe is like that Fang Gang, because they had like a kind of unique look to them, and seems like people were engaged in their Discord. So I thought, that one might have a chance, but
I don't even know about that one.
I don't know about Fang Gang. Do you have any Fang Gang, Thong?
I'm into it, and I sold them.
Sold them right away?
Yeah.
Flipped.
Flip that one.
See on Tombo, real quick flip.
Right, exactly.
Wait, did you sell pre-reveal or post-reveal?
Post. Probably should have sold pre because they kind of tanked after. But they've
most
recovered
projects,
nicely
it feels
now.
like lately, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
But projects like I if you're kind of get into like NFTs and you want to kind of build your bankroll, I feel like the projects that have like a delayed review is like the safest bet if you want to mint and just flip them preview to build up your bankroll.
Do you flip?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Do you flip? So you buy 3 of something, you mint it at a total value of 0.2 with gas.
Mhm.
Do you flip it if it hits 0.4?
If it doubles, yeah, 100%. 100%.
Every time.
It's gone. It's gone. Unless I have like a good feeling, unless I have like a really good feeling about the project or something that's like the hype is like really, really strong. Yeah, every time.
Wow. Okay. You
Well,
don't even average
otherwise
out.
you're taking that
You don't
chance,
average
right?
I might keep like 1 or 2, if I mint a lot. But like the eggs, the galaxy eggs, right? I minted a bunch of them, like 20, I think. And I think it was 0.2 something to mint, including gas, and they went all the way up to like 0.5 or 0.6. And at that point, it's like they're gone. They're gone. I'm not holding on to that. Because like at that point, like you can put the ETH into another project and keep on building and building and building that way. I think I kept on 1 or 2. I think I kept 1. But yeah, if it doubles or if I can make 2x, like an easy 2x, like I don't know. To me, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I kind of wish I would have did that with the Outcast. I like the way they end up minting, but I bought 12 of those and then I sold 8 of them and kept the 4. And then obviously the 4 dropped down after reveal. I didn't really get too many good ones. They're kind of middle of the road.
I have all of my outcasts. I minted 25 and have every single one.
25. Okay. Yeah, you had to go back and put that command in quite a few times, huh?
I loved the process. I was addicted to
No,
the
it's good.
process.
Yeah.
I was
OX Vampires is another.
I got a groove. I'm going fast. These people said that it was going to be 5 minutes between commands, and it ain't working. And I'm able to do it as fast as I can get back to it. And I just fucking kept going and going and going. And I was wondering, do people realize that there's no timer? Like you can't really go back and do it. Then a couple
I didn't
times
even read that.
down.
I just kept going back.
Yeah, a couple times it slowed down for a little bit, and then, but it was good.
The other thing too is I never refreshed the site. Like I just left the site up, and the site went live. And then, like if you were to refresh the site was down. So I was able to just get in at that time, and then just keep on minting. I know other people had to go to the contract though, right?
Yeah.
If this space continues, right? Like there's a big if we just keep going down this path of onboarding a bunch of new people, then just what's going to happen now is all my friends that got in are in Outcasts and whatever, like a bunch of those projects that are down right now. especially with gas right now. And normally what's going to happen is another generation is going to come right behind them and buy all their bags. And then those outcasts will become like, you know what, the shit that you thought would never moon now, like that did moon. That's what the next ones that are going to make that move. I think like Sevens, Outcast,
On one.
9 on one. I actually think Animetas, they're gonna have their own viral time together. As we're in pixel fucking times now, there will be, and maybe it's the Asian community coming in and buying up anime, and then that becomes the thing, and boom, all of those explode, right? I could see that happening.
Yeah, definitely can see that. It's all cyclical. It's just, you know, whoever, what the trend is at the time. Definitely can see that. Hey guys, I gotta get
All right.
I gotta get going.
Good chat,
yes.
boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, good chat.
It was basically like just being on Squanchland, but on audio video.
I know, great. We
Pretty
need to
much
have
was,
like
wasn't it?
we should have
Yeah.
like a Squanchland audio call once a week or something. That'd be great.
Dude,
Chop it up.
that's what I want to build in my community. Actually, I was thinking about daily. I'm not joking. Like,
Yeah. Like a
touchdown
daily debriefing or
every
something.
day. Everybody gets together, and if you can make it, you make it. Amazing. If you can't, don't worry. We'll freaking catch you up tomorrow. And you know,
Like
everybody
a
knows what to
morning
expect.
huddle or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
What's
a
that?
little-
Like a morning huddle.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We're bringing the enterprise to Discord.
Right.
Yeah, and you go down the drop list and everybody shares info and you're ready to go.
Bro, could you
Everybody
imagine
that's
that?
inside. Hey.
Morning drops. Here's
Right.
your 10 drops coming today. Here's
Yeah.
the team. That's what we talked through. This is what we're minting today. And you roll together and you die together. You get
Yeah.
rugged together.
Build in some type of timer in the Discord that kind of locks, right? When it's
Yeah.
getting close.
We'll get there, man. We'll get there.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys.
All right, guys. You guys have a
Yeah.
good night.
Have a good night,
too.
man.
All right.
Peace.
Yeah.
Bye.